There is a silent force threading through every decision you've made, every emotion you've felt, and every version of yourself you've ever imagined becoming. It isn't mystical, it's measurable, and it's governing your life whether you understand it or not. This isn't philosophy, it's physics, and more importantly, it's functional. We're talking about quantum alchemy, the application of quantum principles to inner transformation. Not metaphor, not abstraction, not science fiction. Real, practical tools grounded in reality that can shift your identity, sharpen your perception, and change how you shape the life you're currently living. Over the next 4 hours, everything you think you know about change, growth, consciousness, and reality design is going to be fundamentally challenged and replaced with something far more precise. No vague affirmations, no spiritual fluff, just highly structured insight delivered through an invisible layer of reality that you're already wired into, but may not yet know how to access. This is not about learning more information. You've probably been doing that for years. It's about integrating new architecture into how you operate. That's the only way the shift sticks. You'll explore how your consciousness isn't just a function of your brain, it's a field, and it behaves exactly like a quantum system. You'll uncover tools to deliberately collapse potentials into reality, techniques to shift timelines, and processes to harmonize with the highest version of yourself that already exists, but hasn't been fully accessed yet. We'll break down how emotions are not isolated to the body, but part of entangled systems that extend across people, events, and timelines. You'll learn to decode karmic loops, rebuild your energy field with structure, and hold stable frequencies in the middle of chaos. This isn't about escaping life. It's about finally influencing it with precision. Throughout this video, you'll encounter ideas that go far beyond the typical thoughts become things cliché. Because while that concept is partially true, it's also dangerously incomplete. It's not just what you think. It's how you observe, how you organize your attention, how your vibrational structure interacts with non-local fields. And that's the power of quantum alchemy. Upgrading the operator, not just the outcome. By the end, you won't just understand the theory. You'll feel the shift in your nervous system, in your awareness, in your ability to hold presence. Because when integration is real, your entire field responds. So if you've ever felt like your growth is stuck in a loop, if your spiritual tools feel like they're missing something, if you sense a more advanced operating system trying to emerge inside you, but you haven't found the framework to unlock it, this is it. Welcome to Quantum Alchemy, unlocking the hidden tools of self-transformation and multidimensional mastery. Let's begin. Every pattern you've ever lived is rooted in an invisible blueprint. That blueprint is not emotional, not mental, not even spiritual. It's energetic and it follows rules. Not mystical rules, measurable ones. When most people hear the word quantum, they think about particles, atoms, space labs, equations they don't understand, or the vague idea that everything is connected. That's surface-level awareness. It might feel interesting, even inspiring, but it's not useful. Until now. You see, quantum mechanics isn't just the language of the smallest building blocks of matter. It's the instruction manual behind reality itself. Behind how potential becomes form. Behind how identity becomes behavior. Behind how thought becomes outcome. It isn't separate from your life. It is your life. At its core, quantum mechanics describes a world that is fundamentally uncertain until it is observed. That's not a metaphor. It's not a theory. It's experimentally verified. Before observation, a quantum object like an electron doesn't exist in a defined place. It exists in a range of probabilities, a cloud of potential. The moment it's observed, that cloud collapses into a specific state. Now apply that to your life. Your thoughts, your goals, your identity. Your reality isn't fixed. It's a constantly shifting field of probabilities waiting for an observer to stabilize it. And that observer is you. Not your personality. Not your habits. The real you. The field of awareness behind the story. You are not just in the quantum field. You are it. The mistake most people make is believing that outer change must come before inner certainty. That if they can just get their job, relationship, or body right, then clarity will follow. but that's a reversal of cause and effect. In quantum terms, the cause is the observation. The field collapses to match the observer's pattern. So if your identity is fragmented, if your inner signal is noisy or inconsistent, then your reality will always reflect that back as instability, uncertainty, or repetitive cycles. This is why mindset hacks don't last. Why emotional breakthroughs fade. Why most personal development loops people in a cycle of momentary progress followed by collapse. The problem isn't lack of motivation. It's lack of structural integration. Until your internal observer is stabilized, the field will not reflect consistent change. Because the quantum field responds not to what you want, but to what you are. Not your words, not your actions, your vibrational signature. And here's the part most miss: vibration isn't just a feeling. It's a form of data. It's your frequency's way of transmitting a command to the quantum field. Just like a radio signal is invisible but unmistakably real, your energy structure is constantly transmitting instructions into the field around you. If your signal is based on lack, anxiety, or confusion, even if you speak positively or take action, that underlying frequency still dominates. The field doesn't care about your intention. It aligns with your coherence. This is why quantum awareness is so much more than a mental exercise. It's a full system recalibration. One that starts with understanding the mechanics of observation, and then learning to operate as a coherent observer. You are not just reacting to life. You are shaping it moment by what you stabilize with your awareness. And that's the first secret of quantum alchemy. Reality isn't waiting to change. It's waiting for you to stabilize. Every moment you hesitate, worry, second-guess, or collapse into self-doubt, the field holds that state and reflects it back. Not as punishment, as precision. That same precision is also your freedom. Because when you learn to operate from a stable signal, clear, non-attached, and coherent, the field responds instantly. Possibilities collapse into form. Timelines realign. Synchronicities cluster. And you don't have to chase them. You simply stop disrupting the natural responsiveness of the field. Your next breakthrough is not hiding from you. It's vibrating just outside your current coherence. Sharpen your signal and everything changes. This is not philosophy. It's the architecture of how life responds to presence. And it's only the beginning. Your identity is not your name. It's not your personality, your thoughts, your history, or even your body. Those are expressions. They are surface-level renderings of something far more complex, something dynamic, layered, and non-local. You are a field, a quantum field. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally. Right now, the perception you have of being a single person, contained in skin, thinking thoughts inside a skull, that perception is incomplete. Because it ignores the truth that you are not bounded by your biology. You are radiating, constantly. You are generating electromagnetic, scalar, and vibrational fields that extend beyond your physical form. Your consciousness is not inside you, you are inside it. In classical terms, we're trained to think of ourselves as separate individuals. But separation is a low-resolution model. The deeper reality is that your mind, your energy, your presence, they are expressions of a larger field, behaving exactly like quantum phenomena. You don't just think. You entangle. You don't just focus. You collapse potentials. You don't just exist. You interact with every layer of reality through resonance, coherence, and frequency, all attributes of a field, not a fixed object. Once you begin to perceive yourself not as a thing, but as a structure of organized energy, everything changes. You stop taking thoughts personally. You stop obsessing over the body. You stop over-identifying with stories that were never meant to define you. Because the more you operate from the perspective of field consciousness, the more fluid your identity becomes. Let's take this deeper. Your body is built from atoms. Those atoms are 99.9999% empty space. The particles inside them are constantly blinking in and out of measurable existence. They don't exist in the way we imagine them to. They are probabilities until measured. You are made of this. So how can your identity possibly be solid? The self you've been taught to believe in, your age, your background, your name, your habits, is only a byproduct of repeated observation. You've collapsed that version of you so many times with such consistency that it became stable. But that stability doesn't mean it's true. It means it's rehearsed. Underneath it is the real identity, the observer field. The observer field is pure awareness. It is not bound by time, memory, emotion, or narrative. It doesn't judge. It doesn't label. It notices. It stabilizes. It watches probability and causes form to emerge. It is neutral. It is exact. And it is you, not the you with preferences, roles, and behaviors, the you that is always present behind them. Why does this matter? Because if you keep interacting with life from the false assumption that your identity is fixed, local, and story-based, then every attempt to evolve becomes mechanical. You'll try to upgrade habits without touching the field. You'll try to change results without changing the signal. And you'll get stuck. But when you shift your perspective into the field-based identity, something profound happens. You stop trying to fix yourself and begin reconfiguring your frequency. You stop seeking growth externally and begin recalibrating internally, because the field is upstream of form. This is not philosophical. This is the physics of transformation. Every thought, every emotion, every decision emits a signal. These signals interact with your field, strengthening or distorting it. Over time, this creates patterns. Some patterns stabilize as identity traits. Others become chronic energetic interference. The only way to shift them sustainably is not through willpower, but through vibrational restructuring at the field level. This means that real change is not about effort. It's about coherence. So how do you interact with yourself as a field? First, you train your awareness to stop collapsing the same version of you over and over again. That means noticing thoughts without locking them into a storyline, feeling emotions without attaching to their origin, holding space for multiple versions of reality before choosing which one to stabilize. You begin to act like the quantum field itself, fluid, observant, non-reactive, and responsive to resonance. Next, you start identifying signals in your environment, not as things happening to you, but as reflections of your current field state. The universe isn't pushing you around. It's reading you. Your relationships, your body, your synchronicities, they are all responding to the tone of your field, not your surface behavior. Once you understand this, you begin to take radical responsibility for your frequency. Not your mood, not your mindset, your frequency, that deeper, more stable signal that lives below thought. You start tuning it. And here's where precision matters. The quantum field doesn't reward vague intentions or passive spirituality. It responds to aligned structure. That means your practices must be designed to shift the field, not just your mood. It means you must start thinking like a frequency engineer, not just a seeker. You begin using tools like resonance anchoring, scalar breathwork, waveform journaling, not to feel better, but to structure your field with clarity. You don't affirm your worth, you broadcast it. You don't ask for abundance, you become a carrier wave of it. You don't chase alignment, you stabilize it and allow the field to adjust reality accordingly. This is the path of precision, not performance. It's not about doing more. It's about refining your signal. And the beauty of this is, once your signal becomes coherent, your field starts generating momentum. People feel it. Events realign. Patterns loosen. Because coherence isn't just attractive, it's directive. It instructs reality to move toward you, rather than you having to chase after it. You're not trying to get the universe to notice you. You're becoming the frequency it already responds to. This is your true identity. Not the human shell. Not the narrative construct. Not the fluctuating personality. But the observer field, stable, aware, and capable of altering reality from the inside out. The moment you choose to operate from that space, you're no longer living inside the world. The world is living inside your field. There's a moment in every transformational journey where things begin to feel stuck. Not because you're lazy, not because you lack knowledge. In fact, often the exact opposite is true. You've consumed so much information, read the books, watched the videos, maybe even taught others. Yet the change isn't stable. The shift doesn't last. the energy doesn't hold. This is the moment where most people reach for more content. But what they actually need is integration. Information is easy to collect. It's passive. It makes you feel productive. But integration, that's different. Integration is the embodiment of information through consistent vibrational structure. It means what you know mentally becomes how you operate energetically. And here's the hard truth. Most people never make this leap. They stay in a loop of seeking, inspired one day and scattered the next. The field reads their inconsistency and mirrors it back with unstable results. If you want the outer reality to stabilize, the inner observer must become coherent. Not motivated, not inspired, coherent. Coherence is a measurable state where all parts of your system, mental, emotional, energetic, and physical, are aligned in frequency. It's not a mood. It's not a vibe. It's a signal. And it's the difference between a moment of clarity and a new baseline reality. Quantum alchemy begins here, not with more data, not with grand declarations, with the decision to stop performing growth and start integrating frequency. When you operate from the surface, you chase tools. You hop from method to method, looking for a better hack. But when you begin integrating, you realize the tools don't change you. They stabilize you, and your signal is what reshapes the field. So you stop asking, what should I do next? And start asking, what is the quality of my current signal? And then, how do I maintain that? Because growth is not a sprint toward perfection. It's a stabilization of coherence. Let's get practical. Integration means running new frequencies through your nervous system until they're no longer novel, they're native. It means you don't just practice peace. You become the carrier of peace. You don't force confidence. You carry the resonance of clarity without needing external approval. And that's the critical shift. Becoming the signal, not just broadcasting it. To do that, you have to stop consuming without applying. Every insight must be translated into internal instruction. If you learn that the observer collapses reality, then your breath, your thoughts, your posture, your reactions, they must begin reflecting that awareness. Integration is discipline, but not in the punitive sense. It's the discipline of repetition without collapse. It's the act of holding frequency in the absence of validation, of stabilizing alignment in the face of external contradiction. It's doing the inner calibration long before the outer reward shows up. This is where quantum alchemy separates from motivational frameworks. Most self-improvement is built on stimulus and reward. Set a goal, take action, get results, feel validated. But this model depends on constant reaction to external circumstances. It makes you a responder to reality, not a shaper of it. Quantum integration flips that. It makes you the signal source. You stop looking for feedback to feel worthy, aligned, or confident. You stop outsourcing your vibration to circumstance. Instead, you stabilize your field internally, consistently, and allow the quantum structure of reality to realign around your coherence. That's not theory. That's mechanics. Let's clarify something important. Integration doesn't mean you never wobble. It means the wobble doesn't define you. It means when your field dips, through stress, challenge, or disruption, you don't default to collapse. You restore coherence faster. You recalibrate with precision. This is a measurable skill, and it builds identity at the field level. Instead of saying, I'm a person trying to be confident, you become the field that naturally radiates stability, not because of what you do, because of what you hold. That holding pattern becomes your identity, not a performance of power, a frequency of precision. And that's when life begins to organize itself around your signal instead of your effort. Here's what most people miss. They assume transformation is an emotional peak, a breakthrough, a shift in feeling. But emotional intensity is not the same as vibrational structure. You can cry, journal, visualize, and still not integrate if you return to incoherence the next day. Integration is boring sometimes. It's the consistent refinement of awareness, the steady realignment of your thoughts, your reactions, your breath, your presence, until your system no longer reacts the way it used to. That's not inspiration. That's evolution. And it's how you shift from doing the work to becoming the frequency that no longer requires effort to maintain. So how do you start? Begin by treating your frequency as your identity. Ask yourself constantly, what signal am I transmitting right now? Not your intention, not your goals, your actual living, breathing signal. Is it coherent? Is it clean? Is it stable? If not, stop looking for solutions outside yourself. Stop looking for techniques. Return to your field. Return to breath. Return to presence. Re-enter coherence. Then hold it. Not perform it. Hold it. Integration is the art of holding signal long enough for the field to respond. That's when things begin to shift in your outer reality. Not as chance, not as luck, but as the natural byproduct of vibrational leadership. Quantum alchemy is not for tourists. It's for those ready to stop seeking novelty and start mastering resonance. Because once you cross that line, the results don't come from hoping. They come from matching. You don't need the universe to rescue you. You need to match the version of you that the universe already responds to. And that version of you, it already exists. Not in your mind, in your field. The only question is, are you stable enough to hold it? You've been taught that your emotions are internal, personal, isolated, that your joy, fear, shame, and grief live inside your chest and mind, yours to manage, process, and express. That model works well for therapy, for talk-based healing, for surface-level insight. But it fails to account for the deeper reality you are operating within. Your emotions are not contained. They are entangled. Every feeling you experience exists as a field-based event, not just a neurological or chemical one. When you feel something strongly, you don't just experience it inside you. You broadcast it. Your emotional state becomes part of the environment. It radiates through your biofield, affects the people near you, and even ripples across space-time through entangled resonance. This isn't metaphor. This is how quantum fields behave. Particles that become entangled, even across vast distances, continue to reflect changes in each other instantaneously. Now translate that to human consciousness. Relationships, especially deeply bonded ones, operate like entangled particles. Change the state of one, and the other is influenced whether they're in the room or not. This explains why some emotions seem disproportionate, why grief strikes without cause, why a sudden wave of anxiety appears before your phone rings, why someone's presence makes you feel safe or shattered without a word exchanged. You're not just feeling your state, you're inside a field, a shared one. This changes everything. It means that emotional mastery is not just emotional intelligence, it's field intelligence. You're not learning how to control emotions. You're learning how to read and interpret them as data in a shared quantum system. And you begin by asking, is this mine? Before reacting, before analyzing, before fixing. Pause, breathe, feel the tone of the field, then ask, is this mine? That one question interrupts unconscious identification. It stops the loop that automatically assumes ownership of every inner wave. It brings awareness back to the field-level reality. That emotion is a signal, and it may not have originated inside you at all. Here's the danger. When you don't recognize entanglement, you personalize energetic noise. You turn temporary field disturbances into long-term identity patterns. You say, I have anxiety, when the truth might be, I've been sitting in a disharmonic field. You carry someone else's grief, someone else's fear, someone else's shame, and call it your own. And in doing so, you unconsciously reinforce a frequency that was never yours to begin with. That's not growth. That's entangled distortion. The correction begins with precision. Emotional clarity in a quantum framework requires 3 distinct skills: recognition of field tone, detachment from false identification, conscious realignment through frequency modulation. This isn't emotional suppression. It's not spiritual bypassing. It's vibrational discernment. And it's essential if you want to operate as a sovereign field in a deeply entangled world. Let's unpack this. Recognition of field tone means developing the sensitivity to notice when the frequency of your body doesn't match the behavior of your thoughts. It's when you feel off, but can't locate a reason. That's often your first clue. You're receiving data from the field, not your personal story. Detachment from identification means you stop claiming every emotion as your truth. You allow it to be present, you honor the signal, but you don't attach meaning to it until it's been examined. This step alone reduces emotional reactivity by over half, because most of the pain is in the narrative, not the sensation. Conscious realignment means using your awareness, breath, posture, and vibration to recalibrate the tone of your own field. You don't need to fix the source. You don't need to confront the person. You adjust your signal and the field adjusts with you. That's vibrational leadership, not as a performance, as a reality structuring force. And this leads to the most overlooked truth about human connection. Your relationships are quantum systems. They are co-created fields of energy where both participants affect and are affected. When your field becomes more stable, more clear, more coherent, it stabilizes the shared field. This is why healing yourself changes others. Not because of words, because of signal. You felt it. The person who walks into a room and calms it without speaking. The one who radiates panic and infects everyone within 5 feet. The one who listens and changes everything, not by solving your problem, but by holding a frequency that reminds you who you really are. This is quantum emotional presence, and it's one of the most advanced tools in the integration process. Once you start interacting with people through this lens, everything changes. You stop arguing over surface-level triggers. You stop reacting to projections. You stop participating in unconscious energetic loops. Instead, you begin listening not just to words but to frequency. You pay attention to resonance, not performance. You sense what's not being said, and you don't try to fix it. You simply stabilize your field and let your coherence invite theirs. That's not detachment. That's sovereignty. You're not abandoning connection. You're holding space for a cleaner one. There's another layer to this: emotional echoes across timelines. Because emotions are field-based, they don't only link people in the present. They link versions of you in the past. The emotional pattern you feel today might be entangled with a memory you never healed, or with a future version of you asking to be embodied now. Your sadness may be your 14-year-old self echoing through the field. Your anger may be a future version of you refusing to stay silent any longer. When you feel something deeply, ask, who else is in this signal with me? And then, what part of me needs integration to collapse the loop? This level of emotional awareness isn't just advanced. It's necessary, because as your field stabilizes, the signals become louder. Not because you're broken, because you're more sensitive. Sensitivity is a superpower when it's paired with structure. So here's the integration. You are not your emotions. You are the field they move through. You are not responsible for fixing every energetic echo you feel. You are responsible for stabilizing your signal and choosing your alignment. When someone near you wobbles, you don't match them. You hold your resonance. When the field gets noisy, you don't collapse. You clarify your tone. You stop asking, why do I feel this way? And start asking, what signal is trying to move through the field, and how do I want to respond to it? That's emotional mastery at the quantum level. That's integration beyond awareness. That's the kind of presence that reshapes connection, upgrades relationships, and clears entire energetic timelines without a single word exchanged. You've been conditioned to think of time as a straight line, a forward-moving sequence from past to present to future. You were born, you lived, and you will die according to this fixed linear narrative. Clocks reinforce it. Calendars trap you in it. Memory makes it feel inevitable. But none of that makes it true. Time is not linear. It's a function of perception. And more importantly, it's hackable. In quantum reality, time does not unfold in a straight, unbreakable line. The past isn't behind you. The future isn't ahead. Time is a field, a structure of entangled possibilities coexisting in a layered, multidirectional web. And your consciousness is the tuning fork that selects which thread becomes your lived experience. This means your future is not waiting for you. It's already present, encoded as a frequency. And the version of you who lives that future is already vibrating in potential. If time is a field and not a line, then your job is not to wait for change. Your job is to locate the frequency of the version of you who has already made that change and match it. Let's be precise. Every moment of your life exists as a distinct vibrational configuration, a signature in your field. When you revisit a memory, you're not traveling backward in time. You're activating that vibrational configuration in your present state. Your body responds. Your mood shifts. Your energy recalibrates because your field is tuning into that specific timeline. That's not imagination. That's quantum access. Likewise, when you feel anxiety about the future, you're tuning into a future thread that carries instability. You're not being irrational. You're entangling with a possible outcome. And if you stabilize your frequency there long enough, your field begins organizing your reality to collapse into it. This is not magical thinking. This is field physics. Your awareness determines which configuration of spacetime you're in resonance with. And resonance collapses potential into form. So here's the practical consequence. Your timeline is not fixed. It's flexible, malleable, subject to your signal. If you continue to hold on to the same thoughts, emotions, and choices that created your current reality, you will continue collapsing the same version of the timeline over and over. That's why people feel stuck. That's why change feels slow. It's not that the future hasn't arrived. It's that your field is still anchored to a repetition of the past. When people say, "I can't move forward," what they're really saying is, "My field is still entangled with outdated frequencies." This is where the shift happens. You don't move through time. You retune your signal to interact with a new configuration of possibility. Let's break that down. Step 1 is recognition. Become aware that your emotional reactions, habitual thoughts, and identity patterns are not reflections of your destiny. They are echoes of past field configurations. Your current emotional baseline is not a prophecy. It's a habit. Step 2 is disruption. Interrupt the vibrational patterns that keep reactivating the same timeline. This doesn't require dramatic change. A shift in posture, a conscious breath, a silence instead of a reaction. These are all micro-disruptions. They're enough to crack the repetition and create space for recalibration. Step 3 is resonance with an upgraded version of you. This is where your imagination becomes strategic. Not fantasy, field alignment. You don't visualize for motivation. You stabilize in the emotional tone of your desired state until your nervous system accepts it as familiar. Then your external life begins to follow, not because you forced it, but because your field instructed it. There's a mistake people make here. They try to manifest a new timeline while staying emotionally committed to the old one. They think better thoughts but feel the same despair. They say new affirmations but carry the same self-doubt. They take new actions but still identify with the old version of themselves. And so the field remains unconvinced. You don't create your future with goals. You create it with identity. Not the identity you describe, but the one you broadcast. Your timeline is not chosen by what you want. It's chosen by who you're willing to be without contradiction. Now here's the deeper layer. Your past is not fixed either. The version of you from 5 years ago is not frozen in memory. It's alive in the field as a frequency. You can interact with it, influence it, even heal it. When you shift your current frequency, the past reorganizes itself to match your new state. You suddenly interpret events differently. The meaning of your story changes. Your nervous system responds as if the past has been rewritten because at the field level it has. Quantum timeline work is not about pretending the past didn't happen. It's about collapsing the emotional charge around it so that it no longer dictates your future. It's about releasing outdated anchors so that your signal can match the path you actually want. So how do you hack time? You stop treating the past as a prison. You stop treating the future as a mystery. You begin treating the now as the only point of field access, and your awareness as the operator. You use breath, stillness, language, movement, and coherence to stabilize a signal that matches the desired outcome. And you do this not once, but consistently, until your timeline becomes predictable by the structure of your state. The more coherent you become, the less surprising your results. Because the quantum field isn't withholding your future. It's mirroring your stability. Let's make it real. Say you want to create a version of yourself who is peaceful, abundant, creative, and energized. Stop asking when that version will appear. Ask, what would my breath feel like if that version was present now? What posture would I hold? What decisions would I stop delaying? What stories would I stop repeating? Then practice those conditions not as a trick but as a frequency stabilization. Your brain may resist. Your ego may protest. That's irrelevant. Your field is listening. And the more clearly you transmit that identity, the more quickly the field collapses to match it. You don't move forward by waiting. You move forward by vibrating forward. That's the structure of quantum timeline evolution. Every decision you've ever made has a twin. So does every decision you didn't make. Each fork in your life, each turning point, hesitation, or shift has branched into its own potential. Not metaphorically, not philosophically, structurally. You are not one self. You are a field of selves, existing in a state of quantum superposition. In classical thinking, you are a singular person following a single path. In quantum thinking, you are a complex field entangled with infinite potential outcomes. Each one real, each one accessible, each one carrying its own energetic structure. At any given moment, all these possibilities coexist. They don't exist out there. They exist here, layered inside your field, waiting for you to collapse into one through conscious observation. This is what superposition means. Multiple states, simultaneous, overlapping, fully available until observed. Once you identify with one, reality begins to organize itself around that version. You've already felt this, even if you didn't name it that way. You've felt yourself standing at the edge of a choice, sensing one version of you pull forward while another fades back. You've sensed that if you walked into a certain room, answered a call, sent a message, or said nothing, your life would spin in a completely different direction. You didn't imagine that. You accessed a version of your field that momentarily split its energy into two or more real potentialities. And then you chose. That choice collapsed the wave into form. The version of you chose became dominant. But the others, they didn't vanish. They remained active in the field. Some are still active now, and they're leaking signal. Every potential version of you is still vibrating inside your energetic system. Each carries its own tone, its own resonance, its own voice. Sometimes you hear them in doubt, sometimes in longing, sometimes in dreams, sometimes in sudden knowing. These aren't just thoughts. They are echoes of uncollapsed selves, selves you could still choose. The question isn't whether they exist. The question is, which version are you stabilizing? And are you doing it consciously? Stabilization is the secret. Because while multiple versions of you exist, only one can collapse at a time through observation. And observation isn't just mental focus. It's alignment of thought, emotion, intention, and behavior. When all four align around a version of you, the field complies. That version becomes dominant. Not because it's morally superior. Not because it's logically better. Because it's energetically stabilized. So if your thoughts are ambitious, but your emotions are anxious, your intention is unclear, and your actions are inconsistent, you're not collapsing the best version. You're hovering in ambiguity. Your field is broadcasting interference. And interference always results in repetition. This is why people feel stuck. They know there's a better version of themselves. They can taste it. They can almost reach it. But they haven't stabilized it. So the field continues to reflect the last version that was strong enough to collapse. And that version may be old, outgrown, or wounded. You can't evolve by wanting a new self. You evolve by matching the signature of that self and holding it without contradiction. That's what creates a reality shift. That's how a version of you with more clarity, confidence, love, intelligence, and magnetism becomes not a possibility, but a presence. Here's where it becomes even more powerful. You can interact with these versions. You can tune into them, access their memory, feel their perspective, and even borrow their frequency. This is not fiction. It's field interaction. Sit in stillness. Choose the version of you who already lives the life you desire. Not from fantasy, but from frequency. What do they feel in their body? What do they know without doubt? What habits do they perform without struggle? Don't imagine. Observe. You're not creating that self. You're meeting them. Once you feel that version clearly, you begin to adopt their tone. That tone changes your breath, your posture, your tone of voice. Your choices shift. Your perceptions shift. Your attraction field sharpens. Life begins to treat you differently, because you're no longer acting like a future version. You're resonating with it now. And this is the key. In quantum superposition, the timeline you experience is the one you collapse most often and most coherently. It's not the loudest desire that wins. It's the most stable frequency. If you continue choosing your default self out of habit, even while longing for change, you collapse the default. If you begin to collapse the upgraded self through daily stabilization, even if it feels unfamiliar at first, you train your field to hold that new configuration. And the longer you hold it, the more real it becomes. Now let's go deeper. Many of your most potent versions are already healed. They're not just better, they're clear. They don't carry the traumas, the stories, or the limitations of the version you've been looping through. But here's the challenge. Their frequency will feel uncomfortable because it's quiet. No chaos, no internal argument, no urgency, just a clean, clear presence. And if you're used to emotional noise, that silence may feel wrong. But it's not wrong. It's simply unfamiliar. So don't mistake peace for passivity. That signal is your future self. It's the signal that leads to reality shifts without emotional whiplash. It's the signal that sustains new outcomes without collapse. And it's the signal you need to learn to trust before the external proof arrives. Here's the integration. You exist in superposition. You are not one self on one path. You are a field of selves, each available, each calling you to a different timeline. The one you choose to stabilize through repeated thought, emotional tone, and behavioral pattern becomes the dominant version. And that version reshapes your life, not because it wins, but because the field rewards coherence. You don't need to become someone new. You need to stop collapsing the version of you that no longer matches who you're ready to be. The shift has already happened. The version already exists. Now stabilize. You don't change your life by wanting it. You don't change your patterns by affirming them away. And you don't change your outcomes by waiting for permission. You change your life by collapsing probability into form. Consistently, precisely, consciously. This is the essence of the collapse code. Let's be exact. In the quantum model, the universe does not operate through fixed outcomes. It functions through probability waves. Until observed, everything exists in a spectrum of potential. But the moment something is observed, truly observed, it becomes real. The wave collapses into one measurable outcome. This is not metaphor. This is how your current reality was built. You didn't stumble into this version of your life. You observed it into existence through the consistent repetition of attention, belief, emotion, and behavior. You've been collapsing this version of your life for years, and you'll continue to until you change the code. The code is what you repeatedly observe as real. Here's where people get stuck. They try to change their reality without changing their observer state. They consume new content, set goals, meditate, visualize, try new routines. But the internal observer, the vibrational identity behind all of it, remains the same. It continues to stabilize the old code. And so the field obeys. You can't override your observer with intention alone. You must shift the structure of your attention. This is why daily ritual isn't optional. It's essential. You need a consistent pattern that brings your awareness into resonance with the future you're selecting, so often and so clearly that the field has no choice but to reflect it. That's what the collapse code does. It's not a routine. It's not a trick. It's a structured approach to collapsing the highest available version of your life into form. Here's how it works. The collapse code is a 5-phase daily ritual designed to reorient your awareness and reprogram your field. Not with force, with precision. It requires 15 minutes or less. But the effects are exponential. because what you're doing is not thinking better thoughts. You're changing the frequency of the observer. You're becoming a new stabilization point in the field. Let's walk through the phases. Phase 1, field entry. Begin by closing your eyes, grounding into your body, and feeling the awareness that observes thought. You're not your mind. You're the observer. Spend 1 minute locking into that identity. Not thinking. Observing the one who watches. Why? Because collapse happens at the observer level, not the thinker level. Phase 2, version lock. Now, activate the version of yourself who already lives the reality you desire. Feel them in your breath, your spine, your tone of voice. Don't imagine. Match. Ask. How does that version stand? Breathe. Speak. Then hold that state for 2 minutes. Not as performance, but as identity. This is your new observer frame. Phase 3, narrative override. Speak aloud a single sentence that reflects the version you are choosing to stabilize. Not a mantra, not a fantasy, a declaration of coherence. Example. This is who I am now, and my field reflects it. Speak it with finality. No neediness, no waiting, just signal clarity. Phase 4, field transmission. Now, bring into your awareness the people, situations, or unknown variables that are part of your current timeline. From this new observer state, radiate signal into the field. Not to beg for results. Not to manipulate. Simply to anchor frequency. See your field tuning the space around you like a carrier wave. Hold that tone for 1 minute. Phase 5, physical seal. End with a physical act that seals the ritual. A deep breath. A hand gesture. A step forward. A sound. This embeds the pattern somatically, so your body recognizes the new frequency as home. That's the collapse. You've now encoded the future version of yourself into the present moment, not through thought, but through full field alignment. And here's the part most people miss. This must be done daily. Not because the universe needs convincing, because your nervous system does. Without daily collapse, the field defaults to old stabilizations. That's why growth feels inconsistent. That's why new timelines feel like glimpses, brief moments of hope that vanish the next day. You didn't fail. You just didn't repeat the collapse long enough to reprogram the field. Reality doesn't change when you visit a new frequency. It changes when you live there. Here's where the discipline kicks in. The field doesn't respond to frequency spikes. It responds to stabilized signal. That means the collapse code is not an emergency ritual. It's not something you do when things go wrong. It's the practice of making your chosen version normal. You're not waiting for the life you want to arrive. You're building it at the level of structure every single day. Each time you run the collapse code, you're sending a clear message. This is who I am now. Not because I deserve it. Not because I earned it. Because I am it. That identity becomes a vibrational imprint. That imprint becomes the dominant tone of your field. That tone becomes what reality calibrates to. And yes, things will wobble. You'll wake up some days in doubt. You'll feel resistance. Your body will want to regress. That's not failure. That's field inertia. Keep collapsing. Even on low days. Especially on low days. Because collapse is not a performance of perfection. It's the decision to stabilize your signal in the middle of noise. That's what changes your field. That's what shifts your timeline. And that's what makes you untouchable to the patterns that used to control you. There's a mechanism beneath all transformation. It doesn't rely on effort. It doesn't depend on knowledge. It doesn't even need belief. It's more fundamental than emotion, more influential than thought, and more immediate than action. It's observation. Not passive looking, not watching like entertainment. Observation as a field event, a directed, coherent force that changes the thing it touches. Quantum physics has proven something extraordinary. When a particle remains unobserved, it exists in a state of pure potential, a probability wave. It is undefined, fluid, both everywhere and nowhere. But the moment it is observed, it collapses into a specific form. Particle. A point, a decision. That shift from infinite to one is not caused by interaction. It's caused by observation. Now pause. Let that settle. Because the same principle applies to you. You are collapsing reality into form every moment you observe. Not by what you see, but by how you see. The act of conscious observation is the engine of manifestation. Most people treat observation like a camera. Something neutral, external, detached. But that's a misunderstanding. Observation isn't neutral. It's participatory. It's entangled with what it sees. It brings attention, meaning, interpretation, and energetic charge to every subject it focuses on. The field doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your gaze. If you look at a situation and see failure, the wave collapses around that perception. If you look at your body with shame, the field takes that signal and renders it physically. If you look at a person with fear, you tune into the version of them that confirms your fear. Observation is not just mental. It's magnetic. It aligns energy, directs focus, and crystallizes form. And once you understand that, you stop trying to force change and begin choosing what to see. Let's be practical. Every time you revisit a problem, rehearse a limitation, or mentally narrate your flaws, you are not just thinking, you are recollapsing the same outcome. Over and over. You keep creating the reality you say you want to escape, because your observation remains entangled with the undesired version. You can't think your way out of this. You must redirect your observer. That's the shift. You don't solve the problem by staring harder at it. You change what exists by becoming intentional with what you're willing to see. And that is not avoidance. It's field precision. Start here. Track your default observations. Do you notice what's missing more than what's present? Do you constantly scan for danger, conflict, or rejection? Do you focus on how far you still have to go instead of how much you've already stabilized? That's your observer script, and it's writing your reality. Change your script and the field has to follow. Not because you're pretending, but because you're realigning the gaze that collapses form. You can't observe chaos and expect peace. You can't observe lack and stabilize abundance. The observer and the outcome are inseparable. This is why the collapse code works. It trains the observer to lock onto the desired version, long enough for the field to shift its response. This is why presence changes everything. When you're fully present, your observer becomes pure, uncontaminated by past projections or future fear. And in that clarity, the field responds with coherence. This is why quantum alchemy doesn't start with action. It starts with awareness, because the clearest awareness collapses the cleanest outcomes. Here's an example of a practice that trains the observer. Each morning, spend 2 minutes observing one thing with total precision. Could be your breath, a glass of water, the weight of your body. It doesn't matter. The goal is to refine the attention, sharpen the gaze, remove judgment, comparison, and mental commentary. Just watch. First, it will feel like nothing is happening. But what's actually occurring is the purification of your observer field. You are removing static, tightening your signal, cultivating precision. That precision carries over into the rest of your life. You begin watching your reactions instead of becoming them. You begin watching your patterns instead of performing them. You begin watching your projections before they rewrite your day. And the field begins listening differently. Now apply this to people. When you interact with someone, you're not just responding to their words. You're observing a version of them into presence. The version you focus on is the one that shows up. If you expect defensiveness, you'll get it. If you expect disinterest, you'll see it. If you expect expansion, you invite it. This is why quantum relationships begin with observer integrity. Not manipulation, integrity. You choose to see the version of the other that aligns with your highest resonance. Not because they deserve it, because you do. Your field is always co-creating reality through observation. It's either reinforcing old patterns or allowing new ones. The question is, what are you willing to see? Observation is also the foundation of self-healing. When you observe your pain with resistance, the pain amplifies. When you observe your fear with judgment, the fear grows roots. But when you bring pure, still awareness to a sensation, without agenda, without needing it to change, something else happens. The wave begins to loosen. The structure begins to shift. The body recalibrates. Not because you fixed anything, because you saw it cleanly. True observation is healing. It's the removal of distortion. It's the gateway to field restoration. Let's be clear. You cannot observe clearly if you are attached to outcome. You cannot observe cleanly if your gaze is polluted by comparison. You cannot collapse higher timelines if your attention is laced with anxiety. Observation is a skill, one that must be trained, not for control but for clarity, because the clearer you observe, the faster the field responds. Not to what you say, but to what you stabilize in your attention. That is the secret. So here's the integration. Your gaze is a command. Every moment you are instructing the quantum field on what to become, not through what you want, but through what you consistently observe. Stop looking for proof. Start being the observer that creates it. Look at yourself, your body, your timeline, your environment, and ask, what version am I choosing to collapse with my gaze? Then redirect, not as fantasy, as leadership. That's the observer's power. And now you know how to use it. You can't become what you can't reflect. You can study transformation, talk about it, set intentions around it. But unless you are able to stabilize the mirror that reflects your next version, the shift will remain temporary or theoretical. This is where most personal growth efforts fail. They operate in abstraction, ignoring the most powerful tool for reality reconfiguration. The mirror, not the glass one in your bathroom, the energetic one in your field. You are reflecting reality and being reflected by it at all times. It's not just symbolic, it's structural. Your external world behaves like a holographic mirror. It's giving you data, not punishment, not reward, just feedback, precise, energetic feedback about your current signal. That means your relationships, your finances, your body, and even your self-perception are not happening to you. They are emerging from the vibrational tone you've stabilized in your field. And the best part? You can change what you reflect by changing how you see yourself. This brings us to the quantum mirror practice. It's not affirmations. It's not self-love mantras. It's not positive psychology. It's a field calibration technique that uses your reflection to neutralize distortion and activate coherence. Because here's the reality. Your current identity is full of echoes. Echoes of old stories. Echoes of ancestral patterns. Echoes of who you were told to be. These echoes aren't bad, but they're outdated. And they keep generating internal noise that affects how you see yourself, especially when you're not paying attention. That distorted self-perception becomes your broadcast signal, and the field, always listening, responds accordingly. The quantum mirror practice interrupts that distortion loop. It's not about feeling better. It's about seeing clearly without the overlay of old programming. When you face your reflection with full presence, stripped of judgment and narrative, you activate a field phenomenon. The self becomes the observer and the observed simultaneously. The wave collapses into present coherence. In that moment, limits dissolve not because they're healed, but because they no longer fit your frequency. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Stand in front of a mirror. Direct eye contact. No distractions. No lighting tricks. Just you and your gaze. Step 2. Drop the story. Don't look for flaws or features. Don't comment mentally. Don't perform. Just watch. Let the eyes soften. Let the judgment rise if it must, but don't react. Observe the reaction itself. You're watching the observer watching itself. Step 3. Breathe with your reflection. Match your breath to your gaze. Inhale into the center of your chest. Exhale through the eyes. Stay here for 90 seconds. What begins to surface might surprise you. You may feel resistance. You may feel emotion. You may feel nothing. All of it is data. Stay with it. Step 4. Speak one sentence. Choose a phrase that resonates not as a wish, but as a stabilizing truth. Something like, I am the field that holds this identity now. Or, this is the version that shapes my reality today. Or, I see the signal, and I strengthen it. This isn't about believing it, it's about broadcasting it. You're transmitting this tone into your field through direct eye contact and voice vibration. Step 5. Complete the cycle. Blink slowly. Smile not for performance but for integration. Let your body register the new baseline. Walk away without checking for change. The field received the update. Let it reorganize naturally. So why does this work? Because the mirror collapses your image into clarity. It removes abstraction. You can lie to yourself in your head, but it's very difficult to lie to your own reflection. You'll feel the dissonance. You'll know when your signal is weak. And that's not a failure, it's feedback. Use that feedback. Instead of reacting with shame, respond with refinement. Adjust your tone. Adjust your breath. Adjust your posture. Then speak again. This practice isn't about getting it right. It's about tuning your signal until your reflection matches your chosen frequency. There's also a deeper layer. When you stabilize in the mirror, when you stop flinching, stop faking, stop analyzing, you begin to activate what some call the witness frequency. This is a coherent observer state that transcends narrative. It's neutral, calm, precise. It watches everything but identifies with nothing. And once you stabilize that frequency inside the mirror, it begins to extend into your day. You watch your reactions instead of becoming them. You watch your conversations while participating in them. You watch your choices as though you're also directing them from a higher level. This is the beginning of multidimensional self-regulation. It's subtle, but it's structurally profound. People often think mirrors are triggers, and they can be if you're unconscious. But when used as tools, mirrors become accelerators. They help collapse the new version of you into form faster, because you're practicing seeing that version with direct presence. You're not trying to be anything. You're simply refusing to reflect what no longer belongs. And yes, it can feel awkward. You may cry. You may laugh. You may get bored. That's all fine. The point isn't comfort. It's calibration. The more often you do this, the clearer your reflection becomes, not in the glass, but in your life. Because life is the mirror. Every interaction, every outcome, every delay, every breakthrough, just a reflection of the identity you've stabilized. You are always looking at yourself. The only question is, which version? So here's the integration. You are the mirror, the gaze, and the reflection all at once. Your reflection is not a surface. It's a signal. Stop asking the mirror to show you something different before you've changed the signal you send it. Show up fully. Gaze clearly. Transmit deliberately. And then trust what begins to return. Because the field never lies. It only reflects. Most people journal to reflect, to record, to process. That's useful but incomplete. Because when you understand how timelines actually function, how they exist as co-present fields of possibility, you realize that journaling isn't just about what already happened. It's about encoding what will. In quantum terms, your timeline is a waveform, a complex vibration made up of memories, behaviors, beliefs, and emotional signatures. Each version of you emits a unique pattern, and that pattern, once stabilized, becomes the blueprint for what you experience. But here's the part that changes everything. Writing influences waveform structure. Every time you write, you create a vibrational imprint. You don't just express. You collapse. You don't just describe. You direct. If you know how to write from the frequency of your future self, not just about them, you begin to generate alignment between the current version of you and the one who already lives your chosen timeline. This is waveform journaling. The mistake most people make is treating their journal like a confession booth or a brain dump. They reinforce the current timeline by rehashing old loops. I felt this. I messed up that. I hope this changes. The field reads that writing as a stabilization signal. It assumes this is what you want to continue, and so you get more of it. Waveform journaling flips the model. Instead of writing from your current identity, you write as the identity you're stabilizing. Not pretending, not fantasizing, writing from coherence. This turns your journal into a quantum tool. Not a notebook of memories, a transmitter of alignment. Here's the structure. Step 1. Identify the timeline frequency. Before you write, locate the version of you who already lives the reality you desire. This is not a character. It's a signal. Feel their tone, their clarity, their emotional rhythm. What kind of problems do they no longer face? What patterns do they no longer feed? What questions do they no longer ask? Don't describe them. Become them. Hold that frequency in your body before you pick up the pen. Step 2. Open the field. Start the page with a phrase like, I write now from the stabilized field of the version who lives. Then insert the identity or reality structure you're aligning with. Examples. From the version who creates effortlessly. From the version who holds deep self-trust. From the version who has already quantum leaped. This signals your nervous system to switch from memory mode to creation mode. Step 3. Write without apology. Don't explain. Don't justify. Don't edit for believability. Write from stability. You're not writing toward change, you're writing from it. Write entries that describe your present moment as if you're already living your preferred timeline. Not in poetic abstraction. In sharp, sensory, grounded precision. I woke up today and the doubt wasn't there. I breathed with certainty without needing evidence. The decisions I used to delay felt already decided. My energy moved cleanly. Let your pen become a conduit of your future self's nervous system. You are not affirming. You are encoding. Each sentence adds weight to the waveform of the chosen timeline. Each entry becomes a stabilization point. And as you keep doing it, your body begins to feel the shift. Your breath adjusts. Your decisions simplify. Your field refines. This is how journaling becomes more than reflection. It becomes structural integration. Now, why does this work? Because language carries vibration. The written word is not just semantic, it's energetic. Carries your current tone. It reveals your coherence. And when done with presence, it transmits alignment directly into the field. You're not just thinking differently. You're reformatting your frequency architecture in real time. The page becomes a portal. This is also why emotional tone matters. If you write from the old self, your field gets re-entangled with those loops. If you write from a distorted place and call it processing, but never shift the signal, the field keeps recycling the pattern. That's not healing. That's emotional inertia. So when you use waveform journaling, you must treat emotional tone like electrical voltage. The cleaner the signal, the faster the field responds. You don't have to be positive. You have to be precise. Write what your chosen version knows, not what your old version hopes. That's what collapses the new timeline into form. You may ask, isn't this just scripting? No. Scripting is usually about describing a future you hope to reach. It's often done from lack, with emotional distance from the result. Waveform journaling is writing from presence, from the now of a different frequency. The difference is subtle, but it's everything. When you write from the vibration of the version you're becoming, the field interprets it as already real. Because it is. And that shifts not just your state, but your trajectory. There's another layer here. Your written words can also be used to communicate with other versions of yourself. Versions from the past. Versions in pain. Versions in resistance. You can write to them as your current self and pull them forward. You become the field guide for your own healing. Try this. Hey, I know you're tired, but I've made it through. I remember how it felt, but it no longer defines us. We changed the signal. It held. Keep breathing. We've already arrived. This is not comfort. This is retrieval. You're bringing fractured selves back into resonance with your stabilized core. This is multi-timeline integration. So here's your reminder. Every time you write, you are encoding the field. You are either reinforcing your current configuration or transmitting a new one. Stop journaling to feel better about your stuckness. Start journaling to stabilize your chosen signal. You don't need to fix the past. You don't need to script the future. You need to write from the version of you who has already stopped leaking signal. Write like you've landed, then act accordingly. Your body is not a container. It's not a machine. It's not simply a vessel for your consciousness. It's a precision instrument. One designed to broadcast frequency, receive field intelligence, and stabilize identity in motion. But like any instrument, if it's out of tune, it can't transmit clearly. This is where most energy practices fail. They focus on movement, posture, and visualization, but ignore the most foundational tuning mechanism you have: breath. Breath is not just oxygen. It's waveform. It's a scalar delivery system for frequency information. Scalar energy is a nonlinear field, directionless, faster than light, unbound by conventional electromagnetic law. Your breath isn't moving air. The sculpting signal. Each inhale and exhale creates a wave. When your breath is shallow, erratic, or unconscious, that wave is disordered. When your breath is rhythmic, geometrically aligned, and deliberately encoded, that wave becomes scalar, expansive, multidirectional, harmonizing. And the body responds not just with calm, but with recalibration. The scalar breath sequence is not about relaxation. It's not about mindfulness. It's about frequency tuning. You are configuring your field like a sound engineer tunes a system, clearing static, tightening resonance, and enhancing coherence. The goal is not just peace. It's power with precision. Let's break it down. Step 1. Activation of the breath grid. Sit or stand upright. Bring awareness to your spine. Imagine a subtle, energetic grid overlaying your posture, from crown to sacrum. This is not visualization. It's a neurological alignment technique. Now inhale slowly through the nose for a count of 4. As you do, mentally trace the breath from base to crown. Exhale through the mouth for a count of 4, tracing it back down. Repeat this loop 3 times. This simple geometry starts to sync your nervous system with scalar rhythm. Step 2. The carrier wave tone. Once your breath is patterned, you'll add tone, not sound, but intention. On the inhale, internally affirm a frequency, not a word, a state. Examples: clarity, strength, precision, neutrality. Let the breath carry that state through the body. No effort, no force, just matching tone to breath. On the exhale, release distortion. Not a story, just the static. Let the exhale clear residue. This step is where tuning begins. Each inhale reinforces identity. Each exhale refines signal. 10 rounds is sufficient. More if the field feels noisy. Step 3. Try field alignment. Now, bring awareness to 3 points simultaneously. Your heart, emotional center. Your pineal region, perceptual center. Your lower abdomen, stability center. Inhale with awareness anchored equally in all 3. Hold for 2 seconds. Exhale evenly through the field. This triangulates your scalar broadcast. It prevents spiritual wobble, when your attention floats to high-frequency insight without grounding it in the body. Run 5 of these aligned breaths. You'll feel a click, a distinct inner locking of coherence. That's scalar tuning in action. Step 4. 0-point lock. At the end of the sequence, pause at the bottom of your next exhale. No breath, no effort, just stillness. This space between out-breath and in-breath is where scalar energy becomes most available. It's silent, dense, electric, feels like nothing and everything. Stay here for 5 to 10 seconds. Let the body rest in the 0 point. This is not emptiness. It's full-spectrum potential. The field recalibrates to your stabilized baseline in this silence. Then, inhale naturally and return to your day. This sequence should take under 10 minutes, but the impact is far-reaching. You're not calming yourself. You're tuning your instrument. You're turning your body into a coherent, precise transmitter of the version of you that the field will recognize and align to. Let's go deeper. Why scalar? Because scalar fields don't radiate like normal energy. They expand from every point equally. They don't move in waves. They are the wave. When your breath moves scalar, your influence becomes non-local. You affect more than your mood. You affect your field. You influence interactions. You stabilize the tone of the room. You interrupt incoherence simply by holding signal. This is not about being centered. It's about broadcasting so clearly that incoherent energy cannot attach. It has nothing to match. You've likely already experienced scalar disruption, a sudden sense of clarity without a cause, a sharp reset in your energy without external change. That's scalar tuning, often accidental. Now, you make it deliberate. You choose your tone. You align your breath. You reinforce your identity. No words required. This is the kind of integration that doesn't just protect your energy. It shapes your timeline. And yes, this practice compounds. The more often you tune your system, the easier it becomes to hold frequency. Decisions stabilize. Emotional loops fade. You stop reacting from the nervous system of your past and start operating from the resonance of your next-level self. You don't just feel better. You feel clean, unhooked from the noise, fully resourced, tuned like an instrument designed for precision, which is exactly what you are. So here's the integration. Stop breathing for survival. Start breathing for signal. Your breath is not a support system. It's a tuning fork. Use it to reinforce the version of you that already exists inside the waveform of your field. That version is not waiting to be discovered. It's waiting to be matched. You tune yourself not once but consistently. And in doing so, you become the version that reality reflects. Not because you asked, because you aligned. You are not a linear being. You've never been just this name, this body, or this single path through time. Your identity is not confined to a single birth certificate or memory stream. It's a fractal, a repeating pattern that exists across multiple dimensions, timelines, and expressions. You don't have past lives in the way most people imagine. You are a multi-instance pattern of consciousness echoing across spacetime, and the echo can be accessed. Forget the cinematic mythology. Accessing past lives doesn't require regression, hypnosis, or ceremonial ritual. It requires field alignment. When your current frequency stabilizes enough to match the resonance of one of your other incarnational signatures, recall becomes automatic. Not as fantasy, as data. You don't remember the past. You reattune to its frequency. This is fractal recall. And it's not about nostalgia or spiritual entertainment. It's about integration. Because unresolved loops don't just follow you from childhood. They echo from other lifetimes, other versions of you running similar energetic programs across different timelines. And unless those echoes are heard, they continue to influence your choices now. Here's what you need to understand. Your field is layered. You are one version of a larger intelligence currently expressing through this configuration. This personality, this timeline, this set of lessons. But the field holds more. Embedded in the deeper layers are patterns from other expressions, other identities that shared your core frequency but lived in entirely different circumstances. They are not you in a personal sense. They are you in a structural sense. Your soul operates like a fractal intelligence, a repeating architecture that plays out variations of the same core themes in infinite forms. The pain that won't heal, the fear that feels older than your body, the strengths you didn't train for but naturally possess. They didn't start here, and they don't end here either. So how do you access them? Not by force, by match. Fractal recall doesn't come from trying to remember. It comes from becoming coherent enough in your current identity that your field becomes quiet, and deeper patterns can surface without distortion. It's less like going back in time, and more like tuning into a parallel signal that's always been active in the background. Let's walk through how it works. Step 1. Clarify the pattern. Before trying to access a past life, identify the recurring pattern that needs integration. Look for emotions, beliefs, or behaviors that feel disproportionate to your life story. Do you fear abandonment but were never abandoned? Do you crave recognition without knowing why? Do you sabotage relationships but can't trace the origin? These are clues. These are fractal triggers. Choose one. Step 2. Enter stillness. Sit in silence. Breathe slowly. Stabilize your nervous system with scalar rhythm, as learned earlier. You're not calling anything in. You're tuning out noise. This process is about signal exposure, not mental recall. Step 3. Ask with precision. Once your field is stable, speak internally. Show me the original fractal where this pattern began. Don't expect words. Don't chase images. Wait, Let sensations rise. Let impressions come. You may see flashes. You may hear fragments. You may simply feel a deep familiarity. Don't interpret. Just observe. The data will come in layers. You may experience these insights as metaphor, memory, or embodied emotion. It doesn't matter how the information arrives. What matters is that you hold stillness as it emerges. You are not trying to relive the story. You are allowing the signal to surface so it can be resolved. The moment you start narrating or judging it, the connection weakens. Stay neutral. Let the pattern reveal itself. This may last 2 minutes. It may take longer. But at some point, you'll feel a click, a recognition. That's it without needing proof. That's fractal coherence. Step 4. Run the integration loop. Once you've accessed the pattern, speak this inwardly. This loop is no longer needed. This data has been received. Its frequency is released. Then, bring your awareness back to your body. Feel the version of you that no longer carries that code. Breathe as that version. Move as that version. Walk out of the practice like you've dropped an old costume. Because you have. Now let's talk about what this actually does. When you access and clear a pattern from a fractal self, you're not just healing a wound. You're collapsing a distortion from your field. That frees up energetic bandwidth in the present. You become lighter, clearer, more directive, and sometimes you gain access to more abilities, insights, language, creativity. Why? Because you've reconnected to the parts of your field that were locked behind unintegrated pain. The memory wasn't the gift. The release was. Here's the trap to avoid. Turning fractal recall into identity attachment. You are not your past lives. You are the integrator of their patterns. You are the observer who turns ancestral weight into vibrational refinement. You are not here to dramatize who you were. You are here to stabilize who you're becoming, using everything your field knows across time. Fractal recall can also happen spontaneously, during sleep, during emotional breakthroughs, during physical practices. When the system reaches coherence, the deeper layers begin to speak. You'll know it's real by how your body responds, not with emotion, but with resonance. A deep inner click, a shift in tone, a loosening of old charge. That's not imagination. That's architecture, realigning. So here's the integration. Stop thinking of past lives as distant stories. They are not entertainment. They are not escapes. They are stored data in your energetic hard drive, waiting for access. And when you're ready, when your current identity is strong enough, they will offer their insight. Not to make you special, to make you whole. You are the fractal. Now, become the integrator. There is a place inside you that isn't moved by thought, disturbed by emotion, or altered by time. It doesn't react. It doesn't analyze. It doesn't strive. It watches, and it holds more power than all your techniques combined. This is the 0-point field, and the silence that grants access to it is not the absence of sound. It's the removal of distortion. 0 point is not empty. It is everything, compressed into perfect stillness. It's the field of infinite potential before form, the space between waves, the pause between breath, the stillness under thought. It is the raw quantum field in its undifferentiated state, and every outcome you've ever desired exists inside it as a dormant vibration, waiting for signal. Most people never reach it, not because it's far, but because it's subtle. They're too busy doing transformation to ever feel it. But those who can access it consciously, deliberately, find themselves restructured from the inside out. Not gradually, instantly. So let's define what we mean here. The 0-point field is a scalar state of total coherence and total possibility. In physics, it's often described as the lowest possible energy state, where motion ceases, entropy disappears, and all outcomes become equally available. In your lived experience, that shows up as a moment where everything feels stopped. No pull, no noise, no timeline pressure, no mental momentum, just pure being. And it's in that stillness that your field resets. Because in the absence of reaction, the system recalibrates to its original tone. This isn't a spiritual idea. It's an energetic event. So how do you access it? Not by force, not by meditating harder. You access it by removing everything that isn't silence. Not sound, but distortion, noise, inner turbulence, identity chatter, thought loops. Silence is not quiet. It's signal purity. Let's walk through a simple protocol to enter this state at will. Step 1. Field pre-clearing. Before entering stillness, move your body gently for 1 to 2 minutes. Roll your shoulders, stretch your spine, shake out the static. This isn't to relax. It's to break the energy inertia in your nervous system. Stillness without release becomes stagnation. Movement first, then silence. Step 2. Micro breath lock. Sit upright, eyes closed or unfocused. Begin breathing in a 3-3-3 rhythm. Inhale for 3, hold for 3, exhale for 3. No pauses. As you do this, place your focus in the space behind your sternum, center of your chest, deep behind the breastbone. That's your central field anchor. Breathe there for 60 to 90 seconds. Let your mind drift. Don't try to stop thought. Let the rhythm begin to override it. Step 3. Enter the window. At the end of your next exhale, don't inhale immediately. Pause. This is the window. Let it stay open for as long as is natural, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, maybe more. Then breathe in gently. Repeat this for several cycles. You'll notice something. A quiet drop-off. Your thoughts slow. Your pulse softens. A field begins to form. That's the threshold. You may begin to feel a subtle density, like pressure in the chest or a void behind your eyes. You might feel heat, coolness, or even mild disorientation. Don't analyze. Don't reach. Let the silence envelop you. Don't say anything to it. It doesn't need direction. It is the source. If you stay in this field for even 60 seconds, your entire vibrational system begins to shift. Stress signals switch off. Old emotional loops decouple. Your signal reorients. And the most profound thing of all, you don't have to know what changed. You only have to let it. That's the paradox of 0 point. It gives you everything the moment you stop asking. This isn't emptiness. It's origin. And the more time you spend here, the more your nervous system learns how to return automatically. Eventually, even in chaos, you can pause and drop in. The silence becomes accessible at will. And once it is, you stop being reactive to life. You become directive without force, because your field is no longer running on noise. It's running on presence. This is not the same as meditation. Meditation often becomes mental performance, a method, a goal, a task. The silence key is not a task. It's a return. You are not trying to reach silence. You are removing what obscures it, and you'll find it's been there the entire time. So what happens after? What changes? Sometimes nothing. Sometimes everything. You may find you can't react to the things that used to trigger you. You may find clarity where there was confusion. You may feel a strange peace you can't explain and don't need to. Don't chase a result. The value of silence is not in what it gives you. It's in what it frees you from. It dissolves false need. It clears vibrational debris. It ends energetic feedback loops without discussion. Because silence is the final word in the language of the field. Make this part of your daily integration, not for outcome but for reset. Your growth doesn't need more fuel. It needs less static. And silence is the most potent static remover available. It doesn't reward effort. It rewards surrender of interference. You don't earn silence. You align with it. And from there, life responds in ways your mind could never orchestrate. Because now the field is clear. Now the channel is open. Now the origin is reactivated. Stability is not about grit. It's not about suppressing fear, resisting collapse, or trying harder. True stability, real field-level resilience comes from structure. And in quantum terms, structure is built through frequency stacking. You are not made of a single tone. You are a living symphony of layered vibrations, emotions, memories, habits, thoughts, archetypes, and intentions, each broadcasting into the field, combining, interfering, reinforcing. This layered composition is what we call identity. And when it's unstable, it collapses under pressure. When it's stacked deliberately, it becomes unshakable. Frequency stacking is the process of consciously selecting, reinforcing, and integrating multiple vibrational states, so they form a stable energetic scaffold. Think of it like building a signal tower. Each tone, peace, confidence, precision, joy, neutrality, clarity, acts as a beam. Stacked properly, they support each other. They become self-reinforcing. Stacked poorly or left to randomness, they cancel each other out. One part of you believes, one part doubts, one part trusts, another sabotages. That's not complexity. That's noise. Frequency stacking brings order. And with order comes power. Let's clarify something. You already stack frequencies. Every day. Every thought, choice, and emotional response adds a layer. Most people do it unconsciously. That's why their identity wobbles under pressure. Their internal signal lacks alignment. It's a collection of partial tones, unresolved contradictions, emotional leftovers from past selves. So when reality tests them, their identity fractures. But this is avoidable. Once you learn to stack frequencies with precision, your inner tone becomes non-negotiable. You don't fall back into old patterns, not because you resist them, but because they simply don't match your structural tone anymore. Here's how you begin. Step 1. Identify your core tone. Every stable identity has a base frequency. This is not a personality trait. It's a vibrational platform. For some, it's clarity. For others, it's neutrality. For others, precision or courage. This base tone becomes your anchor. It's the frequency that everything else must support, not override. Choose yours. You'll know it's right when it feels like a home frequency, not a performance. Step 2. Choose support frequencies. Now select 3 to 4 complementary tones that support your anchor. For example, anchor clarity supports calm, decisiveness, self-trust, focus. These tones should not conflict with each other. They should harmonize. Together, they build your primary identity stack. Write them down. Speak them out loud. Let your system hear them. You are building your signal blueprint. Step 3. Integrate through repetition. Over the next 7 days, use the following method. Each morning, speak your anchor tone into your breath. Example, I breathe in clarity. I exhale distortion. Do this 3 times. Then name your supporting tones, slowly, with presence. I hold calm. I choose decisiveness. I carry self-trust. I move with focus. You're not affirming. You're encoding. Say it until your voice stabilizes. This is not performance. It's alignment. Step 4. Reinforce in real time. Throughout your day, track your tone like a field technician. When you feel yourself wobble, ask, is this frequency in the stack? What tone just hijacked the signal? What support tone needs reinforcement right now? Then breathe that tone back in on purpose. You're no longer reacting emotionally. You're adjusting the mix. Like an audio engineer with a live soundboard, you keep fine-tuning until coherence is restored. This is vibrational leadership, and it becomes automatic once repeated enough. Why does this work? Because the field responds to consistency of tone, not intensity of desire. If you want to become a version of yourself that doesn't collapse under pressure, you don't need more motivation. You need a field structure that's pre-aligned with your chosen response, even under stress. And that comes from stacking frequencies that reinforce your chosen identity before challenge hits. That's not control. That's preparation. You'll also begin to notice something extraordinary. When your identity is frequency stacked with precision, certain triggers vanish. Not because you've healed them, because they no longer match your tone. You don't resist judgment, it simply doesn't land. You don't battle imposter syndrome, it doesn't recognize your signal. You don't manage emotional chaos, it can't attach. That's the hidden magic of stacking. It makes certain problems irrelevant, not by solving them, but by rising above their frequency. Now let's address resistance. You might say, Isn't this just another form of self-programming? Yes. But unlike traditional mindset work, this operates at the level of vibrational architecture. You're not forcing beliefs. You're organizing signal. That's what makes it sustainable. You're not trying to change yourself. You're stabilizing who you already are beneath the distortion. And over time, this stability becomes visible. In your choices, in your posture, in your voice, in how people respond to you. You're no longer broadcasting uncertainty. You're no longer leaking contradictory tones. You become clear and the field obeys clarity. There's also an evolutionary layer to this. Once you master your initial frequency stack, you can start upgrading it. Like software versions. Every 30 days, reevaluate your bass tone. Has it shifted? Do you need to add complexity? Are new challenges calling for new support frequencies? You're not chasing improvement. You're responding to your field's evolution. And each upgrade makes your signal more precise, more influential, more magnetic. This is how you become unshakable. Not by brute force, but by design. So here's the integration. Identity is not fixed. It's not a story. It's a signal. And like any signal, it can be built, strengthened, upgraded, and protected through conscious frequency stacking. Stop waiting to feel like your future self. Start assembling their tone now. Choose your anchor. Select your support frequencies. Repeat them. Reinforce them. Radiate them. And watch as the world begins to reflect a version of you that no longer fractures. Because now you're stacked. There's a part of your field that you've been avoiding. Not because you're weak. Not because you're unaware. But because it's dense. Heavy. Distorted. It doesn't fit the version of yourself you're trying to stabilize. So you push it aside. You override. You raise your frequency. But what you avoid owns you. And what you integrate sets you free. This is the principle at the core of quantum shadow alchemy. The shadow isn't evil. It's unintegrated energy, emotion, memory, pattern, identity. Anything that was too intense, too inconvenient, too painful, or too contradictory to your self-concept was pushed into the lower levels of your field, out of sight, but never out of influence. Your shadow still emits frequency. It doesn't disappear because you avoid it. It distorts your tone. It attracts echoes, creates subtle repulsion. And worst of all, it keeps you looping old timelines you no longer consent to. That's not because you're broken. It's because your field hasn't finished integrating the data. Quantum shadow alchemy doesn't fix the shadow. It reintegrates it. It restores coherence by pulling fragmented parts of your energy system back into resonance. And it works not through confrontation but through structure. Not through emotion but through field design. Let's begin. Step 1. Identify the pattern of rejection. What part of you do you hide, deny, or disown? What emotion keeps surfacing at the worst moments? What do you feel shame around, even in private? This isn't confession. This is identification of signal. You're not looking for stories. You're identifying tone clusters in your field that remain unprocessed. Write it down as one sentence. This is the tone I keep rejecting. Example. This is the tone I keep rejecting. Desperation. This is the tone I keep rejecting. Rage. This is the tone I keep rejecting. Manipulation. Be honest. Clarity is the prerequisite for transformation. Step 2. Locate the shadowed version. Now ask, who is the version of me that carries this tone? See them not as a threat, but as a partial fragment of your total self. They are you. Frozen at the moment you decided that tone was unacceptable. You don't need to rescue them. You need to observe them. That observation begins the reintegration process. Close your eyes. Let the image or feeling of that version surface. Don't flinch. Don't justify. Don't blame. Just watch. The observer collapses the wave, even in shadow. Step 3. Establish dialogue without rescue. Speak inwardly to that shadow version with one intention. Reintegration. Not approval. Not explanation. Simply, you belong. Use clear, strong language. Examples. I see you. I feel your tone. I no longer reject you. You're not wrong. You're unresolved. That changes now. The field welcomes you back. This isn't emotional rescue. This is field reabsorption. You are neutralizing the charge not by fixing it, but by stabilizing it with presence. That's the quantum mechanic of shadow alchemy. Step 4. Run the merge command. Once the tone is acknowledged, speak this phrase: I merge this frequency into my current field structure without distortion. Now breathe. As you exhale, imagine the tone spreading evenly through your system. Not taking over, not dominating, simply becoming part of the whole. You're turning fragmented energy into fuel. You're turning rejected data into stability. And as you do, the system begins to self-correct. Old triggers dissolve. Emotional volatility flattens. Timeline loops weaken. The field no longer needs to recreate those echoes because the energy has been reintegrated. This isn't one-time work. The shadow has layers. It reveals itself when you're ready, not before. Every upgrade reveals a deeper contradiction. Every expansion exposes a new dissonance. That's not regression. That's refinement. You meet each shadow from your new level of clarity. You integrate it not as damage, but as depth. And each time your field becomes stronger. Not despite the shadow, because of it. Here's the part no one tells you. The shadow holds power. Real power. Creativity. Charisma. Vision. Edge. The traits you envy in others? They're often trapped inside your own rejected aspects. You pushed away the part of you that speaks up. That walks away. That breaks rules. That owns desire. That part didn't die. It just waits for your structure to become strong enough to hold it. That's what this work is for. Not healing. Wholeness. People fear their shadow because they think it will consume them. It won't. It already is them, just unstructured. The moment you give it form, the chaos ends. It's the rejection of the shadow that creates distortion. It's the integration that brings clarity. Because nothing in your field is truly your enemy. It's all data. Unacknowledged data turns into disruption. Witnessed data becomes intelligence. You may cry during this process. You may feel heat, nausea, tingling. That's just the body adjusting to the new coherence. You're not purging. You're realigning. Stay still. Let it stabilize. Then breathe like the new version, because that's who you are now. So here's the integration. Stop trying to eliminate the parts of you that feel too much, want too much, or break your image. They are not obstacles to your growth. They are your growth. Shadow is just energy that hasn't been claimed. And shadow alchemy is the art of claiming it, without story, without shame, without collapse. You don't need to fix what you feel. You need to structure it. Own the tone. Merge the fragment. Build the signal. And the field will respond. Because now you're whole. You are not a mind inside a skull. You are not a body navigating space. You are not a soul inside a form. You are a field. And that field has shape, structure, movement. It's not abstract. It's not symbolic. It's geometric. Your true energetic architecture is not linear. It's not spherical. It's toroidal. And until you feel this directly, you're operating with only half your available power. The Taurus field is not a spiritual idea. It's a structure observed in nature, physics, and energy systems across every scale of existence, from atomic to galactic to human. It's a self-sustaining, self-regenerating, donut-shaped energy field that flows inward through the center, loops around the sides, and re-enters through the top and bottom, infinitely. Your body is nested inside this Taurus. Your consciousness radiates through it. Your influence flows because of it. But here's what most people miss. The Taurus isn't just something you have. It's something you feel once the noise is cleared. And when you do, your awareness stops being locked in your head and starts moving like the field you truly are. When you're trapped in surface-level identity, thoughts, emotions, personality, you lose touch with your geometry. You operate like a collapsed wave, disconnected, directionless, fragmented. But when your field remembers its shape, something clicks. You feel gravity, Not the downward pull of matter, but the magnetic rhythm of your own coherence. You start navigating life not from logic, but from inner orbit. You sense what's in alignment because you can feel what amplifies your spin. You know what's draining because you feel it break the loop. This is Taurus intelligence. And once it's active, decision-making, boundaries, timing, and energy management become intuitive, not forced. Let's begin the practice. This is not visualization. This is field mapping. Step 1. Sit upright, spine neutral. Let your awareness soften. Breathe evenly. Close your eyes or let them go unfocused. You're not tuning in. You're tuning out of distortion. Step 2. Feel the core flow. Place attention at the center of your chest. Then feel that attention drop downward through your torso into the base of your spine. Now sense a loop of energy spiraling out the base, looping around your body, and re-entering through the crown. Repeat that mentally, down through the center, out through the base, around the body, in through the crown. This is one half of your Taurus. Now reverse it. Place attention at the crown. Feel the energy drop down your spine, exit through the base, loop around the back, and re-enter through the top. Repeat both cycles 3 times. You'll begin to feel motion. Maybe tingling, maybe heat, maybe pull. That's not imagination. That's field awareness coming online. Step 3. Expand the loop radius. Now begin to widen the loops. Let them extend beyond your skin. 2 feet, 5 feet, as far as your perception allows. The loop becomes larger, but your center stays still. You're not expanding to reach anything. You're expanding to remember what's already there. Let the field surround you, envelop you, breathe with it. This is your native geometry. You may begin to feel weightless. You may feel subtle pressure at the back of the heart or the base of the skull. That's your system aligning with the toroidal rhythm. Don't manipulate it. Let it spin. Observe, breathe, allow, and eventually trust. Now here's where the transformation begins. Once your field is Taurus aware, you can feel where your energy leaks. You don't have to analyze. You feel the left side collapse in certain environments. You feel the back loop weaken around specific people. You feel the top crown close under specific thought patterns. And instead of trying to fix your behavior, you realign the geometry. You restore the spin. Because when the Taurus spins cleanly, the body stabilizes. The emotions harmonize. The thoughts clarify. The intuition sharpens. This is not because of willpower. It's because structure precedes state. You're not meant to manage yourself with discipline. You're meant to hold yourself with precision. The Taurus field teaches you how. And it gives you a framework for navigating life through energy, not story. A yes isn't mental. It's an amplification of your central pulse. A no isn't fear. It's a spin disruption in your lower arc. Over time, you stop needing permission, confirmation, or certainty. You just check your field. You feel the structure, and you follow it. There's another key here. The Taurus is regenerative, which means when you hold this field daily, even for 5 minutes, your system begins to self-heal. It doesn't need mantras or affirmations. It simply needs to spin cleanly. You breathe into it. You let it run, and the broken parts begin to sink. That's the secret of energetic geometry. It doesn't fix you. It reminds your field of the design it never lost. You don't need to memorize this. You don't need to master it. You need to feel it until your awareness starts organizing around it. It's not a trick. It's your native structure. And the more you stabilize it, the less effort everything else requires. You're not meant to fight your way through growth. You're meant to flow through orbits of expanding coherence. This is how you move through timelines without fracturing. This is how you hold higher frequencies in real life. This is how you become magnetic, directional, and clear without performance. The field reflects the geometry, and the geometry reflects the self. So here's the integration. Stop thinking of your energy as a bubble. Start feeling it as a Taurus. A spinning, stabilizing, self-generating field that flows through you, around you, and back into itself, forever. Breathe into it. Track its spin. Let it move without interference. and let it show you who you were before distortion. Because that version is not conceptual, it's structural, and now you can feel it. Your intelligence is not in your head. That's the first myth that must collapse. Your thoughts may originate in the brain, but your wisdom does not. Your deeper insight, intuitive strategy, creative downloads, and breakthrough ideas don't come from memory. They don't come from learned knowledge. They don't even come from you, as you currently define yourself. They come from the field, and the field is non-local. Non-locality is a core principle of quantum physics. It describes how particles can influence each other instantly, across vast distances, without direct contact. That phenomenon doesn't stop at particles. Your consciousness is part of a non-local intelligence network, a matrix of signal, thought, knowing, innovation, pattern, code. It's not out there. It's through everything. And when your signal becomes coherent enough, that network opens. You don't think your next breakthrough. You receive it. This isn't channeling in the mystical sense. It's tuning into bandwidth that most people ignore, because they're too busy trying to figure everything out with logic. You're not supposed to rely solely on your brain. You're supposed to tune your field until the ideas come to you. Not because you're special, because you're clear. That's what non-local genius requires. Let's get precise. You have 3 primary zones of intelligence: cognitive, local, stored knowledge, learned logic; somatic, embodied knowing; instinctive reaction, field-based, non-local; downloaded insight, multidimensional resonance. Most people use only the first 2 and treat the third as imagination. But field-based intelligence is not fantasy. It's architecture. Ideas exist as patterns, already formed, floating in the field. They don't need to be invented. They need to be accessed. That access happens when the internal noise lowers and the structural resonance matches the pattern. That's when you know something you never learned. That's when you see something before it unfolds. That's when you build something that feels like it came through you, not from you. So how do you make this operational? Not by trying harder, by tuning differently. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Silence the solver. The part of your mind that wants to figure things out must go offline, at least temporarily. Sit still. Breath smooth. Let the body relax. Inhale through the nose for 4. Hold for 4. Exhale for 4. Hold for 4. Repeat 5 times. Your nervous system is shifting from problem-solving into field access mode. Step 2. Ask precisely. Non-local intelligence responds to signal clarity, not vague hope. Frame a request with exactness. Example: show me the structural solution for X. What tone must I stabilize to match the correct outcome? Reveal the overlooked pattern in this situation. You're not asking the universe to fix you. You're giving the field permission to reflect what it already knows. Step 3. Hold the empty space. Now don't reach. Don't think. Don't imagine. Hold still. Let the silence speak. Sometimes you'll receive nothing at first. Perfect. That's the static clearing. Then suddenly it hits. A phrase, a vision, a configuration, a direction. You won't know why it's right. You'll just feel a click. That's the signature of non-local genius. Certainty without explanation. At first, this may feel subtle. Over time, it becomes primary. You'll begin operating less from, what should I do? And more from, what am I receiving now? And the more you trust it, the more precise it becomes. Not because you're tuning into angels or aliens, because you've stopped filtering reality through the narrow bandwidth of your personal mind. You've widened the channel. And now, real intelligence has somewhere to land. Here's what this makes possible. Solving problems without mental strain. Designing strategies without brainstorming. Writing, speaking, creating in real time without prep. Accessing timelines that haven't unfolded yet, but already exist in form. Feeling truth tones in your body before proof appears. This isn't magic. This is field operation. And it's available to anyone who clears interference and listens from stillness. Let's go deeper. Once you're attuned to this level of intelligence, you begin to feel a presence. Not external, internal, but not personal. It feels like a deeper version of you. not a voice, a field signature. When you speak from it, people listen. When you act from it, things click. When you follow it, resistance drops. It doesn't beg. It doesn't convince. It doesn't argue. It simply is. And when you match it, you become that version. This is non-local genius in its purest form. So what blocks it? Noise, mental overprocessing, fear of being wrong, emotional chaos, identity attachment. If you're too busy proving, solving, reacting, or justifying, the field has no space to deliver. It doesn't shout. It arrives in stillness. You don't get downloads. You receive them when the system is silent and the tone is tuned. Start small. Use this before a decision, before a creative act, before a conversation. Breathe. Ask clearly. Hold still. Feel what lands. Let the knowing arise, not with volume, but with precision. You'll feel the difference between thought and signal. And over time, you'll stop doubting it. You'll stop reaching for answers, because you'll remember that the answers already exist, and your only job is to stabilize the structure that can hold them. So here's the integration. You are not the source of all your best ideas. You are the channel. And the clearer your field becomes, the more precisely you can access the patterns, codes, and insight already present in the quantum fabric. You don't need to figure everything out. You need to align with what already knows. Listen. Hold the tone. Let the field speak through you. That's non-local genius. And now it's active. You've been taught that time is fixed, measurable, linear, that 60 seconds is 60 seconds, always, that 1 hour feels like 1 hour for everyone, everywhere. But you felt the truth. Moments that stretched like lifetimes, hours that vanished in minutes, days that felt like years. It wasn't your imagination. It was time bending around your state, because time doesn't flow at a constant speed. It bends to coherence. It responds to frequency. And when your field becomes structured enough, you don't just observe time differently. You experience it differently. You expand it. Temporal expansion isn't a mental trick. It's not visualization. It's not psychological manipulation. It's a physiological shift in how your nervous system interfaces with spacetime. Your sense of time is tied to motion, internal and external. The faster your thoughts race, the more you're anchored in reaction. The more fractured your focus becomes, the faster time appears to move. But when you reduce internal motion, when you bring stillness to your breath, coherence to your field, and structure to your presence, time expands. Not because the clock changes, because your access to the moment widens. Let's get more precise. Time is not measured in minutes. Time is measured in awareness. The more presence you bring to a moment, the longer that moment lasts, because your consciousness is extracting more data per unit of time. That's temporal expansion, extracting more lived experience from the same external duration. It's how elite performers enter flow. It's how masters see 5 moves ahead. It's how the best decisions emerge under pressure, because when everyone else is collapsing into panic, their field is slowing time from the inside out. And yes, this can be trained. Let's walk through how to practice it. This is not passive meditation. This is active calibration. Step 1, breath and stillness initiation. Sit upright, eyes closed, shoulders relaxed. Begin with a simple rhythm. Inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for 4. Repeat this square breath for 90 seconds. As you do, feel your body start to quiet. Your thoughts will still try to move. Let them, but anchor your awareness in the breath, not the mind. You're not escaping thought. You're outpacing it. Step 2, attention widening. Now shift your focus from breath to awareness itself. Feel the space around your body. Sense the air, the silence, the weight of your form against gravity. Now expand your attention to include that space. Don't look at it. Become aware of it. Hold that awareness for 1 minute. No story, just noticing the spaciousness. This widens your temporal aperture. Your field is beginning to slow. Step 3, anchor into microdetail. Choose one sensation to track with extreme presence. Could be the pulse in your wrist, the air on your face, the pressure between your palms. Zoom in. Track it with full focus for 60 seconds. This granular awareness stretches your internal time signature. You'll feel it happen, moments feel longer, thoughts slow, your field flattens. This is temporal expansion in action. The goal here isn't trance. It's training your nervous system to hold a deeper level of awareness inside the same external minute. And that skill, it changes everything. When your internal perception of time slows, your processing power increases. Your reaction time sharpens. Your emotional regulation improves. Your capacity to make complex decisions under pressure increases. You feel like you have more time, because energetically you do. Let's make this even more practical. Say you're in a moment of chaos, pressure, noise, complexity. Instead of speeding up, you pause. You breathe into the field. You expand your attention across the room. You choose one anchor, your breath, a sensation, a tone, and lock into it. Suddenly, the noise fades. Time stretches. And while others rush, react, or freeze, you move with precision. Not slowly, deliberately. You're not being calm. You've bent the local timeline through coherence. This is why temporal expansion isn't just a meditative luxury. It's a performance amplifier, a strategic advantage, a leadership accelerator. Because the one who holds time leads the room, and the one who collapses time under pressure follows chaos. You can choose which one you are moment by moment. Now let's talk about the bigger shift. The more you practice temporal expansion, the more your life starts to stretch. Days feel fuller, not busier. Conversations go deeper, not longer. Ideas land faster, without force. Because time is no longer dragging you. You're directing it. From presence, from structure, from rhythm. You don't run out of time. You fill it differently. You move through it differently. You own it differently. And people feel it. Your pace commands attention, not because it's loud, but because it's sovereign. You are no longer ruled by minutes. You are structured by coherence. So here's the integration. Stop treating time like an enemy. Stop rushing. Stop chasing. Stop complaining about how little of it you have. Start noticing how you're spending awareness, not minutes. Start noticing where you leak presence, not seconds. Start building a nervous system that slows time from the inside out, because that's the system your highest self already operates from. That's the field where true intelligence sharpens, healing deepens, and strategy lands. Temporal expansion is not about controlling your day. It's about upgrading the frequency at which you live it. From that place, time bends. Most people think karma is about punishment, that it's a kind of moral scorekeeping, a cosmic system that gives you back what you've given out. But that's not how it works. Karma isn't a consequence. It's a pattern. It's not moral. It's mechanical. And once you understand how it operates at the quantum level, you can stop reacting to it and start resetting it. In the traditional view, karma is seen as a sequence of cause and effect, actions taken, consequences returned. But from a field perspective, karma is something much simpler and far more precise. It's residual frequency. Karma is energetic residue from past actions, decisions, emotions, and intentions, left unintegrated. And as long as that residue remains, it continues to emit a signal. That signal attracts echoes, situations, people, choices, loops that match the tone of the unprocessed frequency. It's not that bad things happen to bad people. It's that incomplete vibrations create repetition. That's karma. If you've ever asked, why does this keep happening again? Why do I always attract this type of person? Why do I keep making the same mistake, even when I know better? You're not being punished. You're in a karmic feedback loop. And no amount of effort, avoidance, or positive thinking will override it. Because until the signal is neutralized, the field keeps mirroring it. So how do you reset it? Not with rituals, not with penance, with frequency work, with structure, with deliberate release of entanglement. Let's get into it. Step 1. Locate the loop. Begin by identifying one repeating pattern in your life that feels karmic. A relationship dynamic, a money struggle, a self-sabotaging tendency. You'll know it by its emotional weight and frustrating repetition. Now complete this sentence. This is the loop I'm ready to reset. Say it out loud. Own it. You're not confessing. You're claiming the data. Step 2. Identify the residual frequency. Ask yourself, what emotion is always present in this loop? What belief keeps it active? What version of me created this? You're looking for the vibrational signature, not the story. Example, loop, repeated betrayal. Tone, hypervigilance, distrust, unresolved rage. Loop, financial chaos. Tone, scarcity, panic, worthlessness. That tone is the residue. That's what the field is responding to. Step 3. Collapse the cause-effect frame. Now speak this internally. This loop is not my punishment. It's my pattern. Feel the shift. This is the most crucial reframe. You're not under judgment. You're in resonance with a tone you no longer need. And because you're not bound to it, you can neutralize it. That choice starts now. Step 4. Run the reset command. Now, with presence, speak this clearly. I now neutralize all karmic loops tied to this tone. I release the cause. I dissolve the echo. I clear the signal. Say it again out loud if possible. Let your voice carry authority. Then pause. Sit in silence. Let the field reorganize. You might feel heat, tingling, emotional waves. That's residue lifting. Not intellectually, energetically. Step 5. Anchor a new tone. After the release, you must stabilize a new frequency. Otherwise, the vacuum will pull the old signal back in. Ask, what tone ends this loop forever? Then speak it. I now stabilize in clarity/sovereignty/ease/trust/precision. Breathe as that tone. Move as that tone. Speak as that tone. Let the field match it. This final layer makes the reset hold. Now let's zoom out. Once you understand this process, karma stops being mystical. It becomes manageable. Every loop you've ever repeated is just a signal asking to be structured. And the moment you own it fully without defense, it loses power. That's not because the field is rewarding you. It's because coherence replaces chaos. And chaos can't function in a coherent system. This is why karmic reset is faster now than ever before. In previous generations, the field was slower. Loops took lifetimes to close. But today, frequency moves faster. Structure stabilizes faster. If you choose coherence now, the echo collapses now. That's quantum. That's nonlinear transformation. And that's the opportunity. Don't confuse this with bypassing. You're not skipping lessons. You're completing them on purpose. You're not avoiding consequences. You're ending the need for them. That's not arrogance. It's authority. You're no longer the victim of your past signal. You're the calibrator of your present tone. And that makes all the difference. So here's the integration. Stop asking why you're stuck. Stop replaying the story. Start identifying the tone. Start releasing the charge. Start restructuring the field. Because karma isn't a sentence. It's a setting. And you can change it. Now, it's one thing to access high-frequency states during meditation in silence or when you're alone in nature. It's another thing entirely to hold that frequency in traffic, in conflict, in a boardroom, in your own kitchen at 6 p.m. when nothing's going right. Spiritual states are easy to visit. Very few know how to anchor them. That's the edge. And that's what makes multidimensional mastery real, not poetic. Dimensional anchoring is the skill of stabilizing higher frequency states in the midst of physical world experience. It's not about escaping reality. It's not about floating above problems. It's about bringing 5D awareness into 3D density deliberately, because your evolution doesn't matter if it only shows up when conditions are perfect. If your inner state collapses the moment pressure hits, you're not integrated, you're performing. Anchoring changes that. Let's make this clear. You're not here to transcend the 3D world. You're here to transform how your frequency interacts with it. Higher states, peace, Clarity, neutrality, insight are not retreats. They're operational platforms. And the more you anchor them, the more your outer life begins to reflect your inner calibration. That's not spiritual optimism. That's energetic architecture. Let's walk through how to make it active. Step 1. Identify your anchor frequency. Start with 1. Choose a single high-frequency state that you trust, even when things fall apart. Maybe it's stillness. Maybe it's clarity. Maybe it's unshakable neutrality. Don't choose what sounds good. Choose what feels structural in your field. The one tone that never betrays you when things collapse. This will be your anchor. Write it down. Name it aloud. This is the frequency I will anchor into the 3D world. Step 2. Practice in controlled environments. Before trying to hold this tone in chaos, practice stabilizing it in neutral situations. When you're walking, when you're washing dishes, when you're speaking with a friend, track yourself in real time. Ask, am I still holding the tone? Where in my body is this frequency strongest? What disrupts it? Even subtly, you're building awareness of signal integrity. The goal isn't to be perfect. It's to notice. Step 3. Enter challenge with calibration. Now bring this tone into mildly stressful environments. Traffic, deadlines, social discomfort. As you enter those fields, speak inwardly. I stabilize this frequency now. Then breathe. Let the tone precede your reaction. Even if your mind wants to jump in, pause. Let the frequency speak first. That shift alone changes your posture, your words, your attention. The field notices and begins to recalibrate around you. Step 4. Recover the tone after disruption. There will be moments you lose it. The tone collapses. You react. You fall back into default. That's fine. The power is in the recovery. Pause. Don't judge it. Return to your anchor. Breathe. Recall the state. Feel it in your chest, your spine, your breath. Speak inwardly. Recalibrating now. The faster you recover the tone, the stronger the anchor becomes. That's not perfectionism. That's mastery. Now let's look at why this works. The 3D world is dense, noisy, distracting. It operates by default through unconscious feedback loops. So when you enter it holding a coherent frequency, consciously you disrupt the loop. You become a field influence. Not by what you say, not by what you do, but by what you stabilize. Others feel it, even if they don't understand it. They start mirroring your calm, your clarity, your signal, because coherence is contagious. An anchored frequency overrides reaction. This is why dimensional anchoring isn't about performance. It's not spiritual behavior. It's field leadership. It's choosing to be the fixed point in a spinning room, not because it's noble, because it's efficient. When your tone doesn't wobble, energy isn't wasted. When your response is pre-chosen, your nervous system doesn't scramble. When your frequency is non-negotiable, your external conditions begin to shift without force. That's alignment at work. Now let's go further. Over time, you can anchor multiple frequencies. Peace and precision. Stillness and direction. Love and boundaries. This is not contradictory. It's multidimensional. The more you stack, as we explored earlier, the more versatile your presence becomes. You stop needing to change when roles change. You stop adapting to dysfunction. You simply hold what you've chosen everywhere, because that's who you are now. Not situationally, structurally. Anchoring also brings an unexpected benefit. You stop chasing peak states. You stop treating expansion like a performance high. You realize the real power isn't in accessing a frequency. It's in holding it through contradiction. Your meditation isn't measured by how blissful it felt. It's measured by what frequency remains when you're interrupted. That's when you know it's real. That's when the field responds. Not to your intention, to your embodiment. So here's the integration. Stop treating higher frequencies like visitors. Stop letting them live only in your sacred spaces. Bring them into the noise, into the friction, into the job, the relationship, the unknown. Not with effort, with precision. Choose one tone, hold it through action, recover it when you slip, and make that your new baseline, because that's the path of real transformation. Not above life, through it. That's dimensional anchoring, and now you're practicing it. Your life is not random. The struggles you face, the breakthroughs you have, the people you attract, the emotions that loop, they aren't isolated events. They're patterns. And those patterns aren't confined to your current situation. They repeat, not just over time, but across layers of reality, across dimensional echoes, across versions of you you've never met. Because your life is not linear, it's fractal. A fractal is a self-replicating pattern that repeats at every scale. In nature, we see it in coastlines, snowflakes, tree branches, blood vessels. In consciousness, it shows up in your relationships, your habits, your triggers, your dreams, your fears. It's not metaphor. It's architecture. The way you respond in one area reveals how your field is coded everywhere. That same fight you have with your partner? It's the same energetic structure you bring to money. That feeling of not being heard at work? It's fractally linked to the version of you that doesn't speak up in your inner dialogue. It's all repeating, until you break the pattern, not just in behavior but in frequency. Here's what this means. When you shift one pattern consciously, the impact ripples across dimensions. You're not just getting better at communication. You're recoding a fractal that spans multiple layers of identity. Other versions of you on other timelines, in other relationships, in other decisions, feel the shift. You change the shape once and the pattern no longer fits. That's not belief. That's geometry. And the field responds instantly. Let's break it into action. Step 1. Identify your primary fractal pattern. What's the one experience that keeps replaying across different contexts? Write it like this. I keep experiencing so no matter where I go. Examples. I keep experiencing abandonment. I keep experiencing rejection. I keep experiencing pressure to perform. I keep experiencing loss right after expansion. You're not looking for emotion. You're looking for the recurring structure. That's the base fractal. Step 2. Map its appearances. Now name 3 different areas of life where this shows up. For example, fractal, pressure to perform, appears in overworking in your job, performing in social groups to be accepted, self-sabotage when trying to relax. You'll see the echo, different surface details, same internal geometry. That's how you know it's not situational, it's structural. Step 3. Collapse the pattern at the field level. Now ask, what is the original tone this fractal is built on? There's always one. Unworthiness, fear, overcompensation, shame, need for control. Locate it. Speak it out loud. This pattern is built on the tone of underserved. You're bringing awareness to the seed vibration. That's the first cut in the loop. Now speak. I release this tone from all fractal layers of my field. Visualize the pattern like a geometric web. See it dissolving across layers. You're not imagining. You're instructing the field, and the pattern obeys. Step 4. Install a new fractal signature. Nature doesn't allow empty structure. So once you clear the old fractal tone, install a new one. One that resonates across all versions of you. Example, I install sovereignty. I stabilize clarity as my fractal code. I choose sufficiency now across all levels. Hold that phrase. Repeat it until your voice matches its tone. Then breathe. Feel it lock in. You're not thinking positive. You're inserting new code into a self-replicating system. And the system shifts. This is not about fixing. It's about reframing your entire experience as pattern recognition. Once you see the fractal, life stops being confusing. You don't ask, why is this happening again? You ask, where else is this tone still active? You don't panic when something returns. You recognize it and choose differently. That's mastery. There's also beauty here. The more you understand your own fractals, the more compassion you develop for others, because you see they're not attacking you. They're reenacting their own internal loops. You stop taking it personally. You start responding geometrically, not from defense, from design. You either collapse the loop or reinforce it. And that power belongs to you now. Fractal awareness also makes time feel nonlinear. You notice how the same emotions you had as a child, a teen, an adult are connected. Not through memory, but through shape. You see the echo of your father's voice in your partner's tone. You feel the same emotional loop behind fear of failure and fear of success. It's all one structure. And once you interrupt the geometry, it dissolves. Not slowly, immediately. So here's the integration. Your reality is not a list of disconnected events. It's a fractal map. And every thought, reaction, and choice either repeats it or rewrites it. Stop looking for symptoms to treat. Start looking for patterns to end. Name the fractal. Find the tone. Release the loop. Insert new structure. Watch the echo change. Because when your pattern changes, the world doesn't have a choice. It must mirror the new code. That's the law. That's the map. That's the next level of your mastery. Most people treat synchronicity like magic. A lucky break. Perfect moment. A sign from the universe. They wait for it. Hope for it. Feel amazed when it happens. But synchronicity isn't magic. It's mechanics. It's what happens when internal frequency aligns with external form. So precisely, that reality folds to meet you. Not randomly, but on cue. Synchronicity is a field response. It's a precise collision between personal signal and environmental structure. The right person calls. The offer appears. The number repeats. The door opens. And while it may feel mysterious, the mechanics are measurable. You don't attract synchronicity by wanting it. You don't force it by pushing harder. You trigger it by entering a state of signal clarity so exact that external systems must reorganize to reflect it. This is not hope. It's instruction. Let's get clear. Synchronicity is not the event. It's the resonance behind the event. The feeling of, this couldn't have been planned, but it's exactly aligned. It bypasses logic. It feels orchestrated. And once you understand how to reverse engineer it, you stop waiting. You start commanding. Quietly, clearly, with coherence. Here's how it works. Step 1. Drop the need for outcome. This is the paradox. Synchronicity arrives not when you're grasping, but when you're aligned without resistance. Wanting it too much creates signal distortion. So the first move is release the tension. Speak this phrase. I allow what matches my current signal to reveal itself. Nothing more, nothing less. This is not passivity. It's field precision. You're not demanding. You're matching. Step 2. Define the signal, not the result. Don't ask for a specific event. Ask for a precise emotional or energetic configuration. Example, not, bring me the perfect job. Instead, stabilize my signal for contribution, clarity, and sustainable expansion. Not, send me the right person. Instead, I hold a relational field of mutual sovereignty and open alignment. You're not micromanaging reality. You're broadcasting a tone. And the field responds with matching form. That form is your synchronicity. Step 3. Enter the signal fully. Now tune your body to the desired frequency. Breathe, stand, speak, move as if the tone is already your baseline. Because if it's not active in your now, how can the field respond to it? You don't create synchronicity from absence. You create it from presence. You don't become magnetic through wishing. You become magnetic through signal integrity. And signal always wins. Step 4. Shift into receptive awareness. This is the moment where most people collapse. They start scanning for signs. They doubt the process. They introduce mental static. But receptivity is a frequency, not a behavior. Receptive awareness is the internal state of, I'm tracking for pattern, not proof. It's how you notice when the text is timed perfectly, when the idea lands just before you need it, when the resource appears without effort. You don't label these as random. You recognize them as reflections. The more you do, the more they multiply. Step 5. Reinforce the pattern by acting instantly. When synchronicity hits, respond fast. Why? Because immediate response locks in the loop. It tells the field, I trust the signal. Keep sending. It accelerates the next pattern. The person shows up, speak. The link arrives, click. The invitation lands, move. This is how synchronicity becomes a channel rather than a coincidence. You become a participant in the orchestration, not just a witness. Now let's address something important. Synchronicity doesn't always feel good. Sometimes the field reflects your current tone and it's confronting. You run into someone you thought you were done with. You get rejected in a way that feels familiar. This isn't failure. It's feedback. It's the field saying, this is still your dominant signal, so don't curse the event. Track the tone, adjust the signal, and the pattern changes. You're not at the mercy of cosmic accidents. You're at the center of a feedback-rich, pattern-sensitive matrix. And when your field is structured with clarity, alignment, and permission, synchronicity becomes predictable. No, not in the details, but in the precision of response. You send signal. You hold signal. Reality echoes back. That's the equation. You'll also notice this. The more you operate from coherence, the more other people report synchronicities just by being around you. That's not coincidence. That's influence. Your field stabilizes pattern density. It makes invisible architecture visible. Pulls potential into form. That's not just magnetic. That's transformational. So here's the integration. Stop asking for signs. Start tuning your signal. Stop hoping for breakthroughs. Start holding the tone they respond to. Release the outcome. Name the state. Enter it. Hold it. Respond when the echo arrives. And watch how the world becomes a mirror you actually recognize. Synchronicity isn't luck. It's law. And you're the one who codes it. You've changed your mindset. You've set your goals. You've written the affirmations, made the vision board, and done the inner work. And still, that one behavior, that one reaction, that one impulse keeps looping back. Again. Why? It's not willpower. It's not laziness. It's not that you haven't tried hard enough. It's that you're stuck in a quantum habit loop. And until you shift it at the level where it actually lives, it won't let go because it's not just a habit. It's a timeline lock. Most people understand habits as behavioral. Do something enough times, it gets automatic. Break the cycle, build a new one, and you've changed. But what if your habits aren't stored in your brain? What if they're encoded in your field? Because at the quantum level, habits aren't behaviors. They're frequency structures. They're embedded feedback loops between thought, emotion, memory, and identity. You're not repeating actions. You're repeating patterns of coherence. Ones that match a version of you that's still active in your field. Until that version is integrated or released, the loop continues, no matter how hard you try. Let's look at how this plays out. You stop procrastinating for a week. Then suddenly you fall off. You commit to a new morning routine. But after 2 weeks, the old rhythm returns. You react calmly for a few days. Then one conversation hits, and the rage pattern reactivates. This isn't failure. It's entanglement. A part of your system is still coded for the old loop. And it's not responding to your will. It's responding to your resonance. So how do you break a quantum habit? Not by trying harder, by repatterning your field. Let's break it down. Step 1. Identify the habit loop that feels most sticky. You know the one. Keeps showing up no matter how much you grow. Write it down in one sentence. Example, I keep defaulting to avoidance when I feel overwhelmed. I keep eating mindlessly when I'm disconnected. I keep sabotaging my momentum when I get close to success. You're not judging it. You're surfacing the loop. Now ask, when did I first feel safe running this pattern? That's the origin tone. Step 2. Find the identity that the habit protects. Every recurring habit exists to protect a version of you. That version may be outdated, wounded, young, or conditioned, but it's still broadcasting. So ask, What identity would collapse if this habit disappeared? Example, if I stopped procrastinating, I'd have to face whether I'm good enough. If I stopped overeating, I'd lose the emotional buffer that keeps me safe. If I stopped pleasing others, I might lose connection and feel alone. That's the hidden architecture of the habit. It's not the behavior, it's the version of you the behavior protects. And until that version is integrated, the loop stays live. Step 3. Collapse the timeline anchor. Now we get quantum. Speak this phrase. I release the identity that requires this habit to survive. Breathe. Visualize the version of you who most matches the habit, how they feel, how they think, what their posture is. Then speak. I acknowledge your purpose, but you are no longer needed. I now stabilize a new signal. Feel the field shift. You may feel a drop, a stillness, a disorientation. That's the pattern unlocking. Step 4. Install the new loop through field activation. Now, before the void pulls the old pattern back, choose a new structure. Not just behavior, tone, posture, rhythm. Ask, what's the frequency of the version of me who no longer runs this loop? Name it. Speak it. I stabilize on examples. I stabilize self-trust. I stabilize regulated momentum. I stabilize clarity in motion. Then move, walk, speak as that tone. Anchor it through body, not just thought. The field needs signal, not theory. Step 5. Interrupt the loop in real time. The next time the old habit tries to emerge, pause, breathe, whisper inwardly. This behavior belongs to a version of me I no longer sustain. Then shift posture, shift tone, shift focus. Don't fight the habit. Disidentify from the version of you who runs it. Because when identity changes, behavior has no home. Here's what happens next. You stop shaming yourself for backsliding. You start tracking signal drift. You stop performing perfection. You start holding structure. And over time, that impossible habit becomes irrelevant. Not because you forced it out, but because it doesn't fit anymore. It's like trying to run Windows 95 on new hardware. The loop can't anchor into the upgraded field, so it collapses. This also explains why some habits feel emotional, while others feel automatic. If it's emotional, it's often tied to unintegrated trauma. If it's automatic, it's often a low-level feedback loop that's been rehearsed into your baseline field. Either way, they respond the same way. Not to pressure, to presence. Not to self-criticism, to structural upgrade. You're not broken. Your field is just holding onto outdated coherence. And now it's releasing it. So here's the integration. Stop treating habits like isolated problems. Start treating them like dimensional loops that reflect your old code. You're not trying to fix your actions. You're retiring the version of you who needs them. Do the work at the level it actually exists. Track the loop. Identify the protector. Collapse the anchor. Stabilize the upgrade. And repeat. Because now you're not building new habits. You're broadcasting a new identity. And the loop doesn't survive that. Spiritual awakening is not abstract. It's not something that just happens. It's not defined by bliss, visions, or cosmic downloads. It's a physical process. It has mechanics. And the sooner you stop romanticizing awakening and start understanding it as a field-based upgrade, the smoother your evolution becomes. Because your spiritual expansion isn't random. It follows a structure. And that structure is your light buddy. Your light buddy isn't a concept. It's an electromagnetic system composed of subtle layers that surround and interpenetrate your physical form. It's measurable in effect, even if it's not always visible. It governs how you process energy, emotion, intuition, and multidimensional data. It's not an aura. It's not a metaphor. It's your operating system. And when you start activating at higher frequencies, this system begins to change. It's not always graceful. In fact, that's what most people call ascension symptoms. But in truth, it's just field calibration. Let's unpack what's really happening. When your consciousness upgrades through practice, presence, insight, or breakdown, your field starts running more voltage. That voltage clears out outdated energetic residue. That clearance feels like fatigue without reason, pressure in the head, spine, or chest, emotional waves with no clear source, heightened sensitivity to sound, light, or people, sleep disruptions, diet shifts, sudden energetic bursts. None of this means something's wrong. It means your light buddy is updating. But if you don't understand the process, you'll resist it. You'll try to fix what's not broken. And that resistance creates more friction, slowing the upgrade. Let's shift that. Here's how to support your light buddy mechanics with precision. Step 1. Track the upgrade phase, not the symptom. Instead of saying, I feel weird, tired, or off, name the type of recalibration. Example, my nervous system is learning to hold more light. My third layer field is shedding outdated trauma signatures. My sensory bandwidth is recalibrating to higher input. This trains your mind to work with the process, not against it. The more you name the mechanic, the less power the symptom has. Step 2. Breathe with structural intention. Your breath is how you move current through the field. But during awakening phases, it's not just about calming the body, it's about tuning the signal. Try this. Inhale through the nose for 6 seconds. At the top, hold and inwardly state, integrating light. Exhale slowly for 6 seconds. At the bottom, hold and state, releasing density. Do this for 6 to 12 cycles. You're not just breathing. You're moving charge through the energetic layers, clearing debris while stabilizing the new tone. Step 3. Hydrate to move energy, not just fluids. Your light buddy needs conductivity. Water doesn't just hydrate cells. It allows current to flow through tissues and across energetic membranes. So when symptoms spike, increase clean water intake by 30 to 50%. Add a pinch of sea salt or trace minerals to help regulate charge. This small shift helps your system move the upgrade rather than getting stuck in the noise of it. Step 4. Use the light buddy scan. Sit still. Breathe slowly. Then move awareness through the energetic layers. Physical, skin, bones, nerves. Emotional, chest, gut, heart field. Mental, thoughts, beliefs, looping patterns. Etheric, vibrations just outside the body. Causal, patterns behind recurring lessons. Spiritual, expansive sense of space and knowing. Pause on each. Ask, is this layer coherent? If yes, breathe and move on. If no, place your hand over that area, or hover if it's non-physical, and speak. Clear, balance, upgrade. This directs your awareness as a tuning tool. Your light buddy responds instantly. Step 5. Ground the update into behavior. Don't let your awakening live only in meditation. Pick one insight, one tone, or one new rhythm to carry into action. That might look like speaking from stillness in a conversation, walking with more awareness of your field, eating with intention to support coherence, saying no from alignment instead of people-pleasing. This anchors the update. It teaches the nervous system that the new field isn't just theoretical, it's functional. And that's what locks it in. Now here's the deeper truth. You don't need to force your awakening forward. You don't need to chase peak experiences. Your light buddy already knows the design. All it needs is less interference. When you stop resisting the process, stop dramatizing the symptoms, and start structuring your daily habits around stability, you evolve faster, with less friction, and with more clarity. You'll notice something else. The more active your light buddy becomes, the less tolerant you are of distortion, fake connections, misaligned environments, overstimulated energy fields. You're not being sensitive, you're being precise, and your field is guiding you toward configurations that match the new signal. Let it, because every time you honor that guidance, you amplify your upgrade. You stabilize the voltage, and your baseline frequency rises again. So here's the integration. Spiritual awakening is not a mystery. It's a measurable shift in field capacity, signal quality, and structural coherence. Your job isn't to chase expansion. It's to support the mechanics, track the phase, breathe the charge, hydrate the layers, scan the field, ground the shift. Do this consistently, And you don't just awaken. You operate as light. And that changes everything. You're not becoming someone new. You're aligning with someone that already exists. Not in theory, in field. There are versions of you who've already made the moves, taken the leap, stabilized the success, healed the pattern, built the body, created the life. And they're not out of reach. They're not fantasy. They're available frequencies. Your job isn't to figure out how to get there. Your job is to link to the version that already has. That's multiverse self-access. The idea of multiple versions of you isn't spiritual metaphor. It's embedded in quantum theory. Every time you make a decision, any decision, you split the timeline. You turn left instead of right. You say yes instead of no. Each of those choices initiates a new trajectory. But those timelines don't disappear. They remain active as parallel potentialities, each one carrying a version of you shaped by its specific chain of decisions. These aren't imaginary. They're quantumly accessible. And when you learn to tune into them, you gain access to insights, confidence, strategy, and knowing that doesn't exist in your current self yet. You don't have to create the path. You borrow it from the self who already walked it. Let's make this operational. Step 1. Define the target self with precision. You're not tuning into better me. You're tuning into specific frequency structures. Ask, what is the version of me who already has what I'm seeking, doing, feeling, knowing, choosing right now? Write it in first person, present tense. Example, I wake up clear and focused. I don't hesitate. I know my rhythm. I trust my decisions. I speak precisely. I feel grounded when I say no. I carry momentum without needing external proof. This isn't manifestation. It's a code profile. That profile exists as a living signal. And now you're going to match it. Step 2. Locate the access point in the field. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. Now bring to mind the tone, the feeling of that version of you. Not the goals. The frequency. Where does it land in your body? Is it in your chest? Your gut? Your spine? Once you feel it, deepen it. Turn up the volume. Speak internally. I allow this version of me to activate through my field now. You're not imagining. You're syncing. And the field begins adjusting. Step 3. Walk as if you're already tuned. Stand up. Move your body with the posture, breath, and tone of that version. Don't perform it. Become it. What would they say no to today? What would they eat? How would they answer that message? What pace would they walk at? Your nervous system starts rewiring when your behavior confirms the shift. That's embodiment. That's multiverse navigation in real time. Step 4. Ask the version for one precise insight. Now that you're stabilized in the tone of the higher self, ask, what do you know that I've forgotten? Listen. You'll get a word, a sentence, a knowing, a symbol. It may not make sense yet. That's fine. Anchor it. Let it run in the background. That piece of data didn't come from imagination. Came from field cross-reference. You're not guessing. You're receiving across time. Step 5. Use the self as your new default. You don't visit this version. You become this version. Which means you must maintain the tone, especially when nothing external has changed yet. That's the test. Can you stay in the signal even when your current life still reflects the old version? Because the moment you match the tone without needing proof, the shift completes. The old field collapses. The new timeline activates. And your world catches up. Fast. There's no waiting in the quantum field. Only syncing. Only signal matching. Only alignment. The version of you who has it all figured out is not separate. They're vibrating just outside your current state, waiting to be chosen. Chosen through tone, through action, through identity stabilization. That's not fiction. It's frequency math. And it works. You'll know the shift has occurred when you stop needing motivation. You feel calm without external clarity. You make decisions faster. You act without internal negotiation. People treat you differently without knowing why. Old triggers lose emotional weight. You no longer fantasize about change, you live it. That's multiverse confirmation. The field is responding to your chosen version. And that version is now you. So here's the integration. Stop asking how to become your higher self. Start accessing the version who already exists. Don't try to leap from where you are to where they are. Link into the tone. Hold the signal. Act from it. Anchor it. And let your current self dissolve, not because you reject it, but because it no longer runs the code. The new version is operational now, and the field is updating. Your heart is not a metaphor. It's not a poetic symbol for love or softness. It's not just a pump or an emotional center. It's a projector, a frequency engine, a field generator that emits emotional codes into the holographic structure of reality and shapes your environment accordingly. Your emotions aren't just feelings. They're form builders, and your heart is the device projecting those forms into the quantum fabric around you. This isn't philosophy. It's bioenergetic physics. The electromagnetic field of the heart is 60 to 100 times more powerful than that of the brain. It can be measured several feet outside your body. It sends more information to the brain than the brain sends to it. It responds to emotional coherence and creates pattern density in the field based on the tone you hold. When you feel shame, anger, grief, or resentment, and that feeling becomes your dominant state, your heart begins projecting that emotional signature outward, not as a mood, as structure, as a literal organizing principle for how reality bends around you. Your relationships, your opportunities, your interactions, they begin to align with what your heart is broadcasting, not what you want, what you're transmitting. This is why people feel stuck, even when their mindset is strong. They've changed their thoughts. They've repeated the affirmations. But the heart is still running old emotional code. And the field is responding to that, not the words. Until you shift the projector, you're watching the same hologram. Let's walk through how to change the projection on purpose. Step 1. Identify the dominant emotional tone. Ask yourself right now, what emotion does my heart hold most often when I'm not thinking about it? That's your default projector setting. It's usually subtle. Mild resentment, quiet fear, low-level anxiety, pressure, guilt, bitterness. You're not judging it. You're recognizing the signal that's shaping the hologram. Say it out loud. My current heart projection is underscore. This is awareness, not blame. And now you take control. Step 2. Break the loop with coherent disruption. Now place your hand over your chest. Breathe in through the nose. Slow. As you exhale, say this inwardly. I choose a new signal now. Breathe again. On your next inhale, bring in the tone you want to project. Not a thought, a feeling. Gratitude, precision, openness, calm, strength. Don't fake it. Find the real one. Even if it's only 1% real, amplify that 1%. Now speak internally. This is my field now. You're not hoping to feel it. You're selecting it as the broadcast. Step 3. Observe the shift in external echoes. Over the next hour, notice how people respond. You're not looking for magic. You're tracking mirroring. Does someone soften? Do you receive an unexpected compliment? Does friction reduce even slightly? That's feedback from the hologram. You've adjusted the projector, and the scene is starting to shift. Step 4. Reinforce the projection in challenge moments. When pressure hits, and it will, don't revert. This is the test. Breathe. Reconnect to your chest. Ask, what am I about to project right now? Then interrupt. Choose again. Even if your voice shakes, your stomach tightens, your mind screams. Hold the tone in your heart. That's the override. That's the rewrite. That's the moment when the hologram learns it can't loop you back into the old frequency. And it begins stabilizing the new one. Step 5. Use the heart field as a space conditioner. Before a conversation. Before entering a room. Before stepping on a stage. Answering a call. Writing a message. Breathe. Project. Feel your heart extending in a sphere 3 to 6 feet around you. Fill it with one signal. Let it take over. Then walk into the moment as that field. You've just conditioned the environment before you said a word. People won't know why they trust you, why they open up, why they feel different near you, but they will, because your holographic heart is working. Here's what this unlocks: emotional self-regulation without suppression. Influence that doesn't manipulate, it stabilizes. Conversations that don't just exchange data, they shift frequency. Environments that bend toward your coherence. Relationships that heal in real time. The end of waiting for change, and the beginning of projecting it. This isn't magic. This is mastery of your most powerful transmitter. One more key: you don't need to hold the perfect emotion 24/7. You need to be aware of what you're projecting. That awareness is the power. Because once you track the tone, you're no longer a passive emitter. You're an intentional designer, and the field responds instantly. So here's the integration. Your heart is not reacting to your life. It's creating the pattern you live in. It's not emotional fluff. It's a holographic control center. Track the default. Interrupt the loop. Install the tone. Hold the signal. Watch the scene change. Because now you're not waiting for a better life. You're broadcasting one directly into the structure of your reality. And it's already responding. You felt it. That quiet nudge before something happens. The word that drops into your awareness without thinking. The yes that comes before the mind can argue. The no that echoes before the facts line up. That's not guessing. That's not wishful thinking. That's quantum download. And it's the most underused, misunderstood, and miscalibrated supertool available to you right now. Intuition is not just a feeling. It's not a hunch. It's not reserved for empaths, healers, or mystics. It's a bandwidth, a specific channel of signal that flows from the field, not the mind. And once you learn how to recognize it, trust it, and act on it with structure, you stop hesitating. You stop second-guessing. You start moving in real time with the intelligence of the field itself. Let's strip away the fluff. Intuition is pattern recognition without linear thought. It's your field picking up on data your conscious mind can't see yet, but can feel. And it doesn't come through logic. It comes through signal clarity. That's why intuition isn't soft. It's sharp, fast, quiet, neutral, clean. And the more still your inner space becomes, the louder it gets. The more noise you carry, the more distorted the message becomes. This is where most people miss the mark. They try to listen to their gut in a panic. They feel into it when they're emotionally charged. But intuition doesn't speak through chaos. It speaks through alignment. Let's make this real. Step 1. Identify the channels where intuition already speaks. There are multiple ways intuition shows up. For you, it might be a physical sensation, tight gut, tingling scalp, chest expansion, a visual flash, scene, color, number, symbol, a word or phrase that just lands, a sense of time slowing down or sharpening, an emotional tone that doesn't match the situation, but feels true. Track the one that shows up most reliably. This is your primary download channel. Write it down. My most reliable intuition signal is __. This gives you a starting place. Step 2. Create the field conditions for a clear download. Your intuition is always present, but clarity depends on your signal hygiene. To receive a clean download, breathe slowly, minimum 6-second inhale and exhale. Sit or stand upright with an open chest. Bring awareness to the field around your body. State your question clearly, not emotionally. Wait in silence for 30 to 90 seconds. You're not pushing. You're inviting. The field will respond when the channel is clear, and you'll know it by the way the answer lands. No adrenaline, no swirl, no argument, just clarity. Step 3. Separate intuition from ego strategy. This is crucial. Ego strategy speaks with urgency. It needs to be right. It justifies. It reacts. It gets louder when you try to ignore it. Intuition is quieter but more stable. It doesn't demand. It doesn't argue. Simply presents and waits. So ask yourself after any internal message, Did this come with pressure or with peace? Pressure is programming. Peace is pattern access. Choose accordingly. Step 4. Act immediately on low-risk intuitive hits. You build intuitive trust the same way you build muscle, through reps. So when you get a hit on something small, act. Send the message. Cancel the plan. Take the walk. Speak the word. The point isn't the result. It's the integrity of action. The faster you act on real intuition, the more the field opens. Because now it knows you're listening. And ready. Step 5. Use the field for binary confirmation. When you're unsure, don't guess. Use this simple calibration. Sit still. Breathe. Get neutral. Then ask inwardly. Show me a yes. Track what happens in your body, breath, or awareness. Then ask. Show me a no. There will be a difference. It may be subtle at first, tight versus open, upward versus downward pull, clarity versus fuzziness. This isn't superstition. It's a communication protocol. And you can use it anytime, especially when logic hits its limit. Here's what begins to shift when you operate this way. You stop looking outside for validation. You move faster without explaining yourself. You say no without guilt. You say yes without fear. You trust the next step, even if it makes no sense. And the steps keep working. Not because you're lucky, because the field responds to integrity of signal. You're no longer operating in delay. You're operating in synchronicity. One key. Sometimes the download will contradict your mind. And when that happens, pause. Ask, is this coming from trauma or from truth? You'll know. Because real intuition feels like an invitation, even when it's intense. It brings a kind of quiet certainty that doesn't need explanation. That's when you move. No second guessing. No committee vote. Just alignment. So here's the integration. Intuition is not mystical. It's mechanical. You don't develop it by hoping. You develop it by identifying your primary channel, creating signal clarity, distinguishing message from mental noise, acting with speed and consistency, validating through pattern, not proof. Because once you treat your intuition like a muscle instead of a mystery, it gets stronger. And then, you don't chase clarity. You receive it. There comes a moment on every transformational path that no one prepares you for. It's not the moment of awakening. It's not the breakthrough. It's not the high. It's the silence, the stillness, the collapse, the night where nothing works, where the tools fail, where the vision fades, where you feel like you're losing yourself and can't tell if it's healing or destruction. That moment isn't a breakdown. It's a portal. And if you understand its structure, you'll stop fearing it. You'll move through it faster, and you'll emerge not just healed, but upgraded. Because quantum despair is not darkness. It's data loss before a system reboot. Let's be clear. This isn't everyday sadness. This isn't burnout. This isn't confusion. This is soul static. A quantum-level recalibration that strips away your false structures, because you've outgrown them. But you didn't exit them in time. So now the field does it for you. And yes, it hurts. Not because you're being punished, because you're being freed. This phase often includes emotional numbness, loss of meaning, identity disintegration, relationship implosions, career detachment, physical symptoms without cause, a sense of being offline from purpose, connection, or guidance. You feel like you're falling, but really you're being depatterned. The grid of your old self is coming apart, because it can't hold your next level. Here's what most people do. They resist. They try to fix it. They meditate harder. They seek answers. They treat despair like failure. But this isn't a problem to solve. It's a frequency to pass through. And your only job is to stabilize your structure while the software resets. Let's walk through how to move through the quantum dark night on purpose. Step 1. Stop framing it as regression. This isn't you falling backward. It's your current structure losing function. The reason everything feels meaningless is because the lens you used to assign meaning is dissolving. Say this isn't my collapse. It's my clearing. It may not make it easier, but it will make it clearer, and clarity opens space. Step 2. Reduce input. Increase stillness. Don't seek more information. Don't scroll. Don't binge. Don't overprocess. This stage requires still data. Breathe. Rest. Walk slowly. Speak only when needed. The more external input you take in during this stage, the more distortion you feed into the clearing. It's like trying to repaint a wall while it's still crumbling. Let it fall. Let the system go blank for a moment. You're not becoming empty. You're becoming receptive. Step 3. Track the one tone that still feels real. Even in despair, there's usually one tone that remains. It might be silence, space, honesty, grief, tenderness, rage, stillness. This tone is not your enemy. It's your anchor. Say this: I allow this tone to stabilize me, without needing it to make sense. You don't need to explain it. You need to allow it. Let it be the bridge between old identity collapse and new field emergence. Step 4. Trust the nonlinear timeline. Your brain will beg for control. It will ask, how long will this last? What's the purpose? Will I ever feel normal again? But those are linear questions. And this isn't a linear phase. Say this: I trust the architecture behind this dismantling. You may not feel it. Say it anyway. That phrase creates a scaffold of coherence inside the static. And that scaffold speeds up integration. Step 5. Let new frequency arrive. Don't search for it. Eventually, quietly, new signals start showing up. A word lands differently. An image reappears in your dreams. An old friend reaches out, but the dynamic is new. Don't chase these moments. Just notice them. Speak this: I allow my new signal to land softly, without effort. And when it does, no matter how faint, acknowledge it. That's not hope. That's the new code downloading. And your system is finally ready to hold it. You'll know this phase is ending when you stop needing to explain your pain. You start feeling compassion for your old self. You notice that silence doesn't feel empty anymore. You don't miss what you lost. You feel peace in the absence of answers. Your presence becomes quieter, but heavier with truth. That's the signal of quantum reintegration. You're no longer recovering. You're emerging. Here's what no one tells you. The dark night isn't a detour. It's a design. It's the moment where the frequency that no longer matches your becoming is forcibly ejected. Can feel cruel until you see what it cleared space for. Then you understand. Nothing was taken. Only false scaffolding. And in its absence, your true resonance has room to speak. So here's the integration. Stop asking when it will end. Start supporting the structure of your emergence. This is the code. Don't analyze. Stabilize. Don't numb. Notice. Don't rush. Receive. Don't perform. Rest. Because the you that walks out of this portal will not carry the identity that walked in. That version is complete. And you? You're finally aligned with the frequency that's been waiting for you to arrive. You are not a single, fixed identity moving through one timeline. You are a convergence point, a nexus of overlapping timelines, alternate choices, parallel versions, each one carrying its own memories, patterns, wounds, and wisdom. And when you heal in the now, you don't just shift the present. You send signal updates across every version of you who's still carrying the same pain. That's not poetic. That's quantum structure. And when you learn to direct it consciously, you stop healing only for yourself. You begin transmitting wholeness backward, forward, and sideways in time. Most healing is focused on one thread. This happened to me. I process it. I integrate it. I move on. But what if that event wasn't limited to just this you? What if dozens of versions of you experienced a similar rupture? In other choices, in alternate relationships, in different outcomes? What if the wound isn't localized? What if it's entangled? Then the healing can't be localized either. It must be broadcast. And that's where real multidimensional liberation begins. Let's break it down. Step 1. Identify the signature pattern, not the story. The story changes across timelines. The pattern doesn't. So instead of asking, "What happened to me?" ask, "What is the emotional or energetic pattern that's echoed across multiple versions of me?" It might be rejection when vulnerable, betrayal by trusted figures, powerlessness in crisis, shame for speaking truth, abandonment after success. You're naming the recurring signal, not the event. Write it down. The timeline pattern I choose to heal is underscore. That phrase initiates field access across threads. Step 2. Enter the neutral field of access. Sit in stillness. Breathe deeply. Let your nervous system settle. Then say this inwardly: I now access all versions of myself currently holding this pattern. You may feel a pull, a sensation, a wave of emotion. Don't analyze it. Let it rise. You've just entered multi-thread contact. Now speak. To all selves still bound by this pattern, I see you. I honor your truth. I hold the frequency of resolution now. You are not performing healing. You are transmitting coherence. That changes everything. Step 3. Run the coherence loop. Now breathe slowly. Visualize your body radiating a golden or crystalline field outward. See it touching all versions of you, child selves, future selves, alternate timeline selves, without forcing change. Then inwardly say, this signal is clean. This signal is safe. This signal is whole. Breathe again. Let your own body receive it too. You're no longer only the wounded self. You are the stable transmitter, and the field always updates toward stability. Step 4. Speak the release command. Now that contact is made and coherence is broadcasting, it's time to collapse the loop. Say, I release the need to repeat this pattern in any version of myself, in any time, in any dimension. Pause. Feel it. Then follow with, I now anchor the frequency of underscore in all versions of my field. Insert the replacement signal: clarity, power, safety, truth, peace, joy, forgiveness, sovereignty. Breathe it in. Hold it. You've just replaced the timeline pattern across multiversal self-states. The field takes the update immediately. Step 5. Observe the echoes. In the hours or days that follow, you may notice sudden mood shifts without reason, memories surfacing then dissolving, changes in how people treat you, inner voices growing quieter or clearer, dreams involving alternate versions of you, a calm where chaos once ruled. These aren't just effects, they're confirmation. The signal has landed across threads, and your now self is the anchor. You may wonder, how does healing in this version ripple into versions I'll never meet? Because the field isn't linear. It operates through entanglement. When you alter the frequency of one node in a system, the connected nodes must adjust. Not by force, by structural alignment. That's why one healing moment now can dissolve patterns that have haunted you for decades, because those patterns were never only yours. They were echoes, and you've just stopped the echo at the source. This also unlocks something deeper. You begin to feel compassion for all versions of you, not just the ideal ones, the angry ones, the ashamed ones, the impulsive ones, the weak ones, because now you're not rejecting them. You're broadcasting light into them. You're not trying to forget who you were. You're integrating who you are everywhere. So here's the integration. You're not healing one life. You're recalibrating a network of selves. Stop trying to fix each trigger one by one. Start tuning your system from the quantum layer. Track the pattern. Name the signal. Transmit coherence. Release the loop. Anchor the upgrade. And trust. Every version of you that was still holding the pain just felt the release. Because you're no longer healing alone. You're healing in every direction. Not floating out there in the ether. Not lost in some cosmic waiting room. But alive, active, stored in probability space. That version of reality, the one where it's already yours, is real. It's just not the version your field has fully aligned with yet. And the reason most people don't manifest faster? They don't collapse the field. They leave too many probabilities open. Too many maybes, too much hesitation, too much static. And the field? It doesn't respond to wishful thinking. It responds to signal certainty. That's what the collapse ritual is for. Not to force outcomes, to select timelines. And the clearer you get, the faster the field responds. Let's get precise. In quantum physics, when you observe a wave of probability with enough specificity, it collapses into a single, definite state. That's not metaphor. That's reality mechanics. Your consciousness is the observer. Your emotional body is the tuner. Your identity is the stabilizer. And once those three align, the probability wave turns into form. The possibility becomes the pattern. The unseen becomes the seen. This is not about visualizing harder. This is not about thinking positive. It's about triggering field convergence daily, deliberately, with zero guesswork. Let's walk through the ritual. It only takes 5 minutes, but it changes everything. Step 1. Activate the observer state. Sit or stand. Breathe deeply and slowly, about 4 to 6 seconds in and out. Now feel the moment. Let everything else go. You're not in your past. You're not in your future. You're nowhere but here. This is where the field responds from. Say internally, I am the observer. I stabilize the field. Feel your awareness expand. Feel your body slow down. That's the entrance point. Step 2. Select the reality thread. Now choose one specific version of reality you're calling into form. Not 10 goals. One outcome. Name it in your field, not as a request, but as a certainty. Say, I select the timeline where underscore 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 is already stabilized in my field. Examples: where my business operates with grace and ease, where my nervous system is fully regulated, where I embody calm confidence in all I do, where my next relationship meets me in full resonance. Feel it, not as hope, as structure. You're not asking the universe. You're selecting from the archive. Step 3. Collapse competing timelines. This is where most people skip and why manifestation stays slow. You've selected your thread. Now you must collapse the rest. Say, I release all alternate timelines that do not match this reality. I collapse all loops tied to doubt, delay, distortion, or fear. I hold only this thread. Breathe. Feel the field shift. This act of collapsing creates coherence. It removes signal interference. Now the field knows what to reflect, and it accelerates. Step 4. Amplify the identity match. Now tune your tone, posture, breath, and awareness to match the version of you who already lives that timeline. Stand taller. Slow your breath. Speak internally like they would speak. Feel what they would feel. Anchor one sentence. I am this now. Not I want this. Not I hope this. Just I am this. It's a declaration, not a performance. And it recodes your body. Step 5. Release the ritual with full trust. The moment you finish, let it go. Don't spiral into how. Don't check for signs. Don't re-enter the loop of doubt. Say, this timeline is now my field default. I require no further proof. Then act from it. Make a call. Drink water. Send the message. Move the body. Whatever it is, do it as the version of you who's already aligned. That's how the collapse locks in. And the pattern becomes irreversible. Here's what happens when you do this consistently. The noise in your mind reduces. New ideas drop in without effort. You notice people treating you differently. Coincidences speed up. Blocks disappear you never consciously solved. You feel lighter without trying to feel better. Decisions feel obvious. Reality becomes responsive instead of resistant, because the field is no longer confused about who you are, and your world stops lagging behind. This is not manifestation theory. This is a mechanics-based protocol for daily convergence. The ritual doesn't require candles, crystals, mantras, or mood. It requires clarity, observer state, signal collapse, identity anchoring, total release. 5 minutes, every day. No drama, no negotiation, just selection, stabilization, and response. So here's the integration. Stop scattering your energy across 1,000 maybe realities. Choose one. Collapse the rest. Become the anchor. Release the need to control the timeline. And act from the knowing that the field already received the signal. Because once the signal lands, the form has no choice but to follow. Love is not chemistry. It's not compatibility. It's not found in a list of traits or a shared hobby. Love, real love, is entanglement. Not the kind that pulls you into codependence. Not the kind that erases boundaries. But the kind that defies time. The kind that activates evolution. The kind that changes your field the moment they enter it. Because sacred relationships don't form through logic. They form through frequency locks. And when the entanglement is real, nothing stays the same. At the quantum level, entanglement occurs when two particles become so deeply connected that no matter the distance between them, the state of one instantly influences the other. That same principle applies to human consciousness. Certain beings, when encountered, link into your field in a way that alters your signal permanently. They don't complete you. They expose you, not through pain, through resonance. It's not about matching trauma. It's about revealing codes that were dormant until your systems touched. And once that resonance is activated, everything reorganizes. This is why sacred relationships feel intense from the beginning. The connection isn't building, it's remembering. You don't fall in love. You collapse into alignment. And the timeline of that love doesn't unfold logically. It folds in on itself. You feel like you've known them before. Because in some timeline you have. That memory isn't fiction. It's entanglement echo. Let's walk through how to recognize and navigate this kind of connection without getting lost in the frequency storm it can bring. Step 1. Track the field, not the personality. Ask yourself, what happens to my energy when I connect with this person? Not, do they say the right things? Do they match my checklist? Do they look like what I thought I wanted? Instead, do I expand or contract? Do I feel more myself or less? Does the field stabilize or shake? Because the field always speaks first. And when love is real, it doesn't just feel good. It creates clarity, even when it's hard. Step 2. Understand the signature of sacred entanglement. It's marked by rapid growth triggers, timelines shifting around your connection, heightened intuition, synchronicities accelerating, feeling seen without having to explain, old patterns surfacing to be healed, not judged. This isn't a fantasy bond. It's not a story. It's a vibrational reordering of your internal architecture. And the moment you resist it, the friction begins. That's when most people run. But that's also when the real work starts. Step 3. Stabilize your own frequency first. Here's the paradox. The more sacred the connection, the more it demands sovereignty. You cannot anchor love from fusion. You must anchor it from individuated coherence. Ask, can I maintain my center in this entanglement? If the answer is no, pause. Not to disconnect, but to stabilize. Because sacred love isn't about losing yourself in the other. It's about finding the version of you who can meet the other fully without collapse. Step 4. Let the relationship be a mirror, not a fix. Every sacred relationship brings contrast. That doesn't mean it's broken. It means it's working. You're being shown where you still outsource your worth, where your field leaks under emotional pressure, where your patterns disguise themselves as preferences, where old wounds disguise themselves as boundaries. You don't heal each other. You awaken each other, but only if you stop blaming the reflection and start owning the source. Step 5. Anchor the new field together or apart. Not all sacred entanglements stay forever. Some come to activate and end. Some come to test and leave. But whether they stay or go, the question is, what new frequency did this connection stabilize in me? If you can name it, feel it, and hold it, then the relationship did its job. And if both partners can hold the signal, that's where coevolution begins. That's where sacred love becomes structured reality. Not just feeling, not just memory, but foundation. Here's what begins to shift when you relate this way. You stop chasing emotional safety. You stop defining love by duration. You let go of possession and embrace presence. You speak truth without fear of rupture. You attract partners who reflect your frequency, not your wounds. You experience intimacy as freedom, not control. Because now your love isn't just entangled. It's coherent, and coherent love builds futures. You may still wonder, but how do I know if someone is truly entangled with me, or if I'm just projecting what I want? Simple. Ask yourself, did my life begin to reconfigure the moment they entered it? Not just emotionally, in dreams, in synchronicities, in nervous system shifts, in choices you couldn't delay anymore. If the answer is yes, that's entanglement. Now the question becomes, can you hold that field with integrity? Not to keep the person, but to keep the truth. So here's the integration. Love is not a feeling. It's a field event. Sacred connection isn't based on compatibility. It's based on resonance collapse. You meet, the signal activates, the structure shifts, and now, you either stabilize together or you stabilize alone. But either way, you've changed, and that change is the point. There is no return to normal. There is no perfect time to start. There is no external calm waiting to give you permission. The world is moving faster. Fields are colliding. Structures are breaking. And if you're waiting for stability to arrive from out there, you'll be waiting forever. But here's the shift. Stability isn't situational. It's structural. And you don't find it. You become it. You stop reacting to the noise. You start anchoring the signal. Because in the quantum model, the most stable field influences all surrounding fields. Which means this: you don't have to control the storm. You just have to hold your tone inside it. And the chaos begins to bend around you. Let's start with the real question. How do you stay aligned when everything around you is falling apart? When the headlines scream, when the energy spikes, when people around you collapse into fear, you don't resist the chaos. You decentralize from it. You stop letting your awareness get hijacked by systems that want your instability. And you root your signal in the one place nothing can touch, your core field. Let's walk through the framework to become that fixed point. Step 1. Track where you leak signal. You can't anchor if you don't know where you're losing stability. Ask, when do I feel the most off-center lately? It might be social media, overwhelm from external demands, family triggers, global events, financial fear, collective emotional weight. You're not blaming these. You're identifying access points. These are the doors where chaos enters. Now close them, not permanently but consciously. Speak. I choose to withdraw my field from unchosen influence. And the leak slows. Step 2. Install a daily coherence ritual. Stability doesn't happen randomly. It's cultivated. Pick a 5-minute ritual and anchor it into your day like a law. Not for discipline, for field formatting. Suggestions: breathwork, stillness with hands over heart, movement with mantras, journaling with precision, sound with focus, gratitude pulse through the chest field. The content doesn't matter as much as the consistency. Why? Because that 5 minutes is where you remember who you are before the world tries to tell you again. Step 3. Collapse identity loops based on chaos addiction. This part is uncomfortable but crucial. Ask, what part of me feeds on instability? It's often the part that grew up equating chaos with meaning. The version that feels alive in drama. The identity that gets reinforced by reacting, fixing, fighting. Speak to it. Not to shame it, but to release it. Say, I no longer identify with the self who needs chaos to feel real. This isn't erasure. It's redefinition. You're choosing to stabilize without noise. And that choice resets the architecture. Step 4. Anchor in the body, not the belief. When the mind spirals, bring the anchor down. Feel your feet. Feel your breath. Feel your spine. Ask, where in my body do I feel strongest right now? Place your awareness there. Breathe into it. Now whisper inwardly, this is where I hold my field. You're not trying to think your way into calm. You're choosing a location inside your own system that cannot be disrupted. Make it your center. Return to it often. Step 5. Become the anchor for others without absorbing them. Once you stabilize, others will feel it. They'll want to be near it. They'll pull toward you consciously or not. Don't confuse this with responsibility. Your job is not to fix or carry. Your job is to radiate coherence without distortion. When someone near you spirals, ask, can I stay in my tone without contracting, absorbing, or correcting? That's anchoring. That's leadership. That's frequency integrity. And it changes rooms, relationships, and outcomes faster than any argument ever could. Here's what begins to shift when you live this way. External events lose emotional grip. Conversations stay clearer. Creative flow returns. Nervous system resets faster. You stop oscillating between hypervigilance and collapse. You feel timeless because you're no longer synced to collective noise. And others begin regulating just by being near you. You're not escaping chaos. You're making it irrelevant to your state. That's power. And if the chaos returns, let it. The storm doesn't scare the mountain, because the mountain isn't performing stillness. It is stillness. That's what you become, not by being perfect, but by choosing coherence over collapse, over and over until it becomes your new baseline. So here's the integration. The world will not calm down for you, but your field can become so steady that the world recalibrates around you. Withdraw from distortion. Anchor into ritual. Release your addiction to noise. Choose your physical center. And radiate that signal into everything you touch. Because in a world trained to react, the one who stabilizes becomes the most powerful presence in the room. And that presence is now you. You don't have to wait. Not for the right timing. Not for the perfect plan. Not for some external green light that tells you you're ready. Because transformation doesn't require years. It requires phase change. And phase shifting is not a slow evolution. It's a structural override. It's when your field stops vibrating at the frequency of your current life path and locks onto a completely different timeline with new rules, relationships, choices, and outcomes. And when it happens, everything responds fast. Think of water. At 99 degrees Celsius, it's still a liquid. At 100, it becomes steam. 1 degree, and the entire structure changes. That's not symbolic. That's physics. And your life works the same way. You don't need 300 steps. You need the one signal shift that takes you from who you've been to who you're about to become. Let's break it down. Phase shifting happens when 3 things lock: a frequency you're willing to hold, an identity you're willing to choose, a pattern you're no longer willing to repeat. When those 3 click, your current timeline loses stability. The field recalibrates, and a new path, already active in probability space, pulls you in like gravity. This isn't fiction. It's field logic, and you can trigger it deliberately. Let's walk through the activation steps. Step 1. Identify the loop you're ready to end. This isn't about fixing your whole life. It's about naming one repeating loop that no longer holds your identity. Ask, what do I keep experiencing that no longer fits the version of me I'm becoming? It might be the same type of relationship, the same financial panic, the same emotional crash, the same delay or avoidance. Name it out loud. Say, this loop ends today. You're not trying to change circumstances yet. You're destabilizing the anchor that kept you inside the current phase. Step 2. Choose the next identity with zero negotiation. Now declare the frequency you're moving into, and speak it as self-definition, not as a wish. Example, I am the version of myself who trusts momentum. I am the one who no longer waits to be picked. I speak from clarity, not apology. I live in precision, not hesitation. This isn't fantasy. It's realignment. Because the version of you who already lives this life path exists. Right now. You're not creating them. You're becoming available to their timeline. Step 3. Do one immediate action that confirms the shift. Don't wait for the perfect plan. Do one thing the new version of you would do. Now. Could be sending a message, canceling a pattern, moving your body differently, throwing out something symbolic, speaking a truth you've held back. The action must cost the old you something: comfort, certainty, approval. Because the more it costs the old you, the more the new you becomes real. Step 4. Collapse the old phase with final language. Say this clearly, precisely. The frequency I just left is no longer available in my field. Pause. Then, the version of me who tolerated that pattern is complete. This closes the energetic file. You're no longer working on it. You're done. You've stepped through the wall. Now the field will begin treating you accordingly. Step 5. Hold the tone, even when nothing has changed yet. This is the key. You don't shift when the world confirms it. You shift until the world confirms it. Every time you act, speak, or choose from the new phase, you reinforce the override. And eventually, the old life stops responding, because it has no vibrational match left. And the new life begins showing up with speed. Here's what starts happening. Old relationships fade without conflict. New opportunities show up without chasing. Money flows from unexpected sources. Body symptoms change. Language patterns update. You wake up with clarity instead of dread. People treat you like the new version of yourself because they feel it even if they don't understand it. You're no longer being transformed. You're transmitting transformation, and the field obeys. One warning: there will be echoes, moments that tempt you to re-enter the old phase. Invitations, triggers, familiar patterns dressed in new clothing. Don't panic. That's not failure. That's residual signal. And your job is simple. Don't negotiate with the echo. Just say, "That's not me anymore," and keep moving. So here's the integration. You don't have to heal everything. You don't have to solve every issue. You just need to trigger a phase shift. And that happens when you name the loop, you claim the new tone, you take one aligned action, you collapse the old path, you hold the signal without waiting for proof. Do this and the field won't wait. It will bend quickly, because you're no longer broadcasting confusion. You're broadcasting certainty, and reality always responds to the clearest frequency in the room. Every moment of every day, trillions of particles are passing through your body. Not metaphorically, literally. They come from stars, from galaxies, from supernovae exploding light years away. They move at near the speed of light, invisible and unstoppable. They penetrate walls, oceans, flesh, mountains without resistance. These particles are called neutrinos, and they carry information, not just physics data, not just cosmic debris, but field-level intelligence. And you're designed to receive it. Most people live their entire lives without tuning into this layer. They sense something subtle but can't name it. They feel pulled in directions they can't justify. They wake up with thoughts that didn't come from their own logic. That's not imagination. That's field signal. And neutrino awareness is your access point. When you learn to feel it, not just think about it, you start making decisions with a precision you can't explain. And your life reorganizes around that signal. Let's break the spell. Neutrinos are subatomic particles emitted by stars. They are generated in the core of the sun and travel in straight lines across space, through matter, through you. And because they carry mass, even a tiny bit, they also carry influence. Every second, you're being brushed by them. And according to field-based systems of awareness, like human design, these particles imprint your energetic signature. They're not random, they're directives. And the more still your system becomes, the more they can be felt. Let's walk through how to tune into them, not scientifically but somatically. Step 1. Acknowledge that you are a receiver. Say inwardly, "I accept that I am influenced by forces beyond the mind." This isn't surrendering control. It's restoring alignment. Because the moment you accept that there's more intelligence flowing through you than just thoughts and emotions, you create space for something higher to move. That's not passivity. That's quantum listening. Step 2. Reduce mental noise to increase field sensitivity. Neutrino signals aren't loud. They don't scream, they whisper. And if your inner landscape is cluttered with unprocessed emotion, constant distraction, and cognitive overload, those signals get drowned out. So each morning, ask, what can I release right now that's not my signal? Then do it. Move, breathe, delete, say no. That's how you become sensitive enough to feel what's actually guiding you. Step 3, track micropulse in the body. You won't hear a voice. You won't see a sign in the sky. You'll feel a directional nudge. It might show up as a shift in body weight, a tightening in the solar plexus, a flutter in the chest, a slight leaning forward or backward, a moment of inexplicable stillness. These aren't random. They are the subtle steering mechanisms of the field, activated through microinteractions with incoming neutrino data. Your job is to feel without immediately explaining. Just notice, then choose to honor the direction, even in small ways. Step 4. Begin asking in code, not language. Stop waiting for full answers. Start asking simple, energetic questions like, right path, aligned yes, is this mine, open or closed, now or later? Then wait for the body's tone shift. This is neutrino resonance in action. It's not decision-making, it's field harmonization, and it always moves faster than logic. Step 5. Watch for external mirrors of your internal shift. Neutrino awareness is subtle, but it shows up externally. You'll notice emails arriving the moment you shift focus, a sentence in a book that reflects your exact thought, a stranger saying something you just asked inwardly, your own voice changing tone without trying, opportunities syncing up with inner knowing. These are not coincidences. They're field confirmations, signals from the external world responding to your internal reception shift. Once you start tuning to neutrino-level awareness, the field stops being mysterious. It becomes communicative. So how does this change your life? You stop forcing decisions. You stop arguing with timing. You stop pushing past resistance or doubting clear openings. You start moving when it's time, waiting when the signal says no, speaking with clarity that doesn't require prep, trusting the rhythm that has always been there but now finally heard. Because your role isn't to figure everything out. It's to become the clearest signal so the guidance already moving through space, through starlight, through breath, through quantum silence can land. You may be wondering, can this really be felt? Or am I just convincing myself? Answer: if your nervous system responds with peace, precision, or activation, you're not imagining it. That's field congruence. And it doesn't need proof. It just needs practice. So here's the integration. Start treating yourself as an antenna, not a machine. Clear static. Breathe often. Feel the pull. Track the shift. Ask inwardly. Listen deeply. Move precisely. Because the universe is not silent. It's broadcasting signals constantly. And when you stop ignoring them, you stop drifting. You start navigating. With speed. With trust. And with codes written in starlight. There are no small decisions, only choices with subtle echoes, because in a holographic system, every part contains the whole, and every adjustment, no matter how microscopic, reshapes the totality of your experience. That glass of water you didn't drink, the text you hesitated to send, the posture you slouched into, the conversation you delayed, the yes you gave even though it felt like a no. Every one of those choices is a frequency node. And when you shift just one of them with precision and awareness, the field reorganizes around you. Not in theory, in structure, because this is the truth. Reality doesn't respond to your goals. It responds to your frequency habits. And frequency is updated through choice. We tend to label decisions as big or small, but that's a mind trick. The field doesn't see scale. It sees resonance. A single word spoken in clarity carries more field power than 1,000 intentions made in confusion. A single refusal from self-honesty rewires years of passive agreement. And the choice to change one action that seems insignificant, it alters the pattern of every day that follows, because you just made a holographic edit. Let's make this actionable. Step 1. Locate the micro-choice that feels off. Ask, what is one small, repeated behavior that feels out of alignment, but I've justified anyway? Could be checking your phone the moment you wake up, saying I'm fine when you're not, eating when you're not hungry, laughing at something you don't actually agree with, delaying rest when your body asks for it. These seem tiny, but they are frequency coders, because every time you go against your own clarity, you reinforce distortion in the field, and that distortion becomes your baseline. Now say, I am ready to stop broadcasting from this distortion. That single phrase begins the rewrite. Step 2. Make a new choice, small but sharp. Now ask, what's one subtle choice I could make today that would shift the resonance of my entire field? Choose something. Sit in stillness for 3 minutes before speaking. Speak the exact truth in one sentence you usually filter. Touch your heart before you make any request. Say no to something that doesn't align. Walk instead of scroll when you feel anxious. Make it precise. Make it immediate. You're not trying to change your whole life. You're updating the hologram. Step 3. Anchor the new signal with awareness. When you make the new choice, pause afterward. Say inwardly, this one decision now shifts all related timelines. Feel your body acknowledge it. You may feel a wave, or a stillness, or nothing. That's fine. The field heard you. What matters is that you're not just reacting anymore. You're choosing with broadcast integrity. Step 4. Track the immediate echoes. In the 24 hours that follow, notice subtle shifts in how others speak to you, a slight increase in flow or ease, a moment of emotional clarity you didn't expect, a recurring loop that suddenly doesn't repeat, an inner voice that feels cleaner. These are not coincidences. They're recalibrations, because your field no longer matches the previous structure, and the system must adjust. Step 5. Treat every moment as a portal. This is where true mastery begins. You stop waiting for life-changing moments. You start honoring the present one. That next breath? Portal. That next yes? A tuning fork. That next step you take when no one is watching. A signal. You're no longer looking for transformation. You are transformation, because the smallest choices, when made with coherence, contain the structure of every future you've been waiting for. And now you're holding it. Every time you choose from the frequency you actually are, the field becomes a mirror of your truth. Here's what begins to shift when you live this way. You stop outsourcing your power to peak experiences. You become aware of how you leak or stabilize energy. Time feels more pliable, less rushed. People respect your field without needing to be told. You make decisions without spiraling. Life feels less like effort, more like response. Because you've exited randomness, and you've entered resonance, one choice at a time. So here's the integration. Stop underestimating the tiny moves. They are the quantum levers. You don't need a breakthrough to change your life. You need to change the signal behind one choice, and then do it again, and again, until your field becomes the stable echo of who you actually are. And the world, it responds like a hologram because it is. And now you're not waiting for a better reflection. You're projecting one, with every step. You're not unconscious when you sleep. You're unsupervised. And if you keep treating sleep like a shutdown process, you'll miss the greatest multidimensional tool you have access to every single night. Because when your body sleeps, your field doesn't rest. It expands, travels, it recalibrates. And when you begin sleeping like a quantum navigator, your dreams become more than symbolic. They become transportive. You stop just resting. You start reorganizing your timelines. On purpose. Let's strip this down. Sleep is not just biological recovery. It's field-wide reconfiguration. Your subconscious opens. Your mental filters drop. Your body is still. And your consciousness regains access to multidimensional terrain. This is where timeline shifts begin. This is where unresolved data gets decoded. This is where signals from other versions of you, from guides, from the field itself, can finally land. But if you go to bed stressed, distracted, or carrying the noise of the day, you miss the upgrade. You get noise instead of signal, static instead of integration. And that's why the quantum sleep protocol exists. It turns your nighttime from passive pause into active pattern selection. Let's walk through it, step by step. Step 1. End the day with frequency integrity. Before sleep, you must cut emotional bleed-through. Ask yourself, what am I still holding that does not belong in my field overnight? Could be a conversation that didn't resolve, a judgment you placed on yourself, a regret, a to-do list playing on loop, fear about tomorrow. Now speak. I choose not to carry this into the quantum field tonight. Then breathe it out 3 full exhales. This clears static from your field, the same way you'd clear the cache on a device before rebooting. Step 2. Set the navigation intention. This is not about visualizing a dream. It's about coding a destination. Say inwardly, tonight, I access the timeline where undersurf is already real. Examples, where my nervous system is healed, where my next level clarity is embodied, where I've already integrated this lesson, where I receive the guidance I've been blocking, where the version of me who lives without fear becomes stable. You're not scripting a dream. You're tuning your frequency to a timeline overlay. This tells the field what to show you and what to shift inside you. Step 3. Use the access phrase to open the gate. Right as you lie down, repeat this phrase softly. I travel consciously in my rest. I receive only what aligns with my becoming. Say it 3 times. Then say nothing else. You've just activated boundary protection and timeline permission. Now the field can move without resistance. Step 4. Track the tone of dreams, not just the story. Upon waking, don't immediately analyze what happened. Ask, what was the emotional tone of my dream space? It might be deep peace, tension release, mystery or code, love from unknown sources, a lesson from a symbolic figure, chaos that felt familiar but was being cleared. This tone matters more than the narrative, because the field is showing you frequency movement, not always logic. And those tones tell you exactly where the recalibration occurred. Step 5. Anchor the new frequency into your day. Before getting out of bed, speak this. I integrate all quantum alignment now. Then breathe it in. Feel the version of you who traveled and changed. Now let that version make your first move of the day. Whether it's how you walk, how you speak, what you eat, or what you decide, let the upgraded self lead. Because the signal landed. And now it's your job to act like it did. Here's what starts shifting when you use sleep this way. Dreams begin teaching instead of confusing. You wake up with clarity instead of heaviness. Emotional tension fades overnight. New ideas land without effort. You access creativity without seeking it. Guidance appears through memory, tone, or flash insight. Patterns that used to feel stuck start dissolving without conscious processing. Because you're no longer trying to solve problems with the daytime mind. You're letting the field rewire you at night. And it works, faster than anything you can think your way through. What about nightmares? What about unrest? That's just unprocessed signal surfacing because now you're open. Don't resist it. Say, I allow even the uncomfortable signal to pass through and resolve. It has no permission to stay. That phrase alone reduces energetic residue by more than half. Because your field listens, and your sleep becomes sacred again. So here's the integration. Stop treating sleep as unconscious shutdown. Start treating it as your nightly field lab. Because when you go to bed with clear energy, precise intent, and quantum language, you stop sleeping through the night. You start traveling into yourself. And the self that returns in the morning is newer, sharper, cleaner, and more aligned with the timeline that's already waiting for you. Every night, all you have to do is step in. You want to grow. You want to change. You want to embody your next level. But you're also scared. Not of failure, not of success. You're scared of one thing, quietly, invisibly, constantly. If I become someone new, Will I still be me? That's the identity paradox. You want evolution without erasure, transformation without disconnection, progress without forgetting who you are. And the truth is, you never really lose yourself. You only lose what was never yours to begin with. Here's what you were never told. Your identity is not a fixed self. It's a field configuration. It shifts. It adapts. It holds patterns for as long as those patterns serve resonance. Then, it sheds them, not to destroy you, to make space for your next self-state to stabilize. But the paradox is this. Your ego interprets shedding as threat. It whispers, "You're betraying your story. You're abandoning your roots. You're becoming fake." None of that is true. You're not becoming less yourself. You're becoming undeniably aligned with your core signal for the first time. Let's walk through how to evolve your identity without fragmentation. Step 1. Honor the version of you that got you here. Before you reach for your next self, acknowledge the current one. Say this: thank you to the version of me who survived, adapted, and succeeded at being exactly who I needed to be. This isn't sentiment. It's structural. Gratitude stabilizes your field as you shift. You're not severing identity. You're releasing the part that no longer matches your highest frequency with grace. Step 2. Identify the identity that feels like a costume. Ask, what part of my personality have I outgrown, but still wear for safety, approval, or habit? Be specific. The always agreeable one, the overachiever, the people pleaser, the rebel who's actually exhausted, the mystic who's afraid to be clear, the leader who secretly avoids stillness. You're not judging it. You're naming the shell, because once named, it starts to soften, can be removed without crisis. Step 3. Choose the signal, not the story. Stop asking, who do I want to be? Start asking, what signal do I want to broadcast? Your identity isn't a brand. It's a frequency. Examples: I broadcast clarity. I broadcast unapologetic softness. I broadcast sharp precision. I broadcast grounded truth. I broadcast spacious presence. Pick one tone, not for performance, but for consistency. Then let your posture, words, choices, and pace match it daily. And identity stops being a prison. It becomes a projection device. Step 4. Release the myth that you must pick oneself. The idea that you must be this kind of person is outdated. You are a multifaceted quantum structure. You are allowed to be both decisive and tender, both mystical and structured, both slow and unstoppable, both joyful and grieving, both private and expressive. You're not choosing a mask. You're stabilizing a field that includes your range, without contradicting your truth. Say, I am not limited by my past expressions of self. I am expanded by my current resonance. That sentence alone collapses identity guilt and clears space for authenticity. Step 5. Let the world adjust around your new signal. This part can feel destabilizing, because once you shift identity, people around you feel it. They might question you. They might pull at your old patterns. They might feel betrayed by your new clarity. That's not your cue to revert. It's confirmation you've shifted. Say, I trust those aligned with my true self will rise to meet it. And then wait. Some will fade. Some will grow. But you will stay coherent. And that's the goal. So how do you know you're evolving without losing yourself? Because you feel lighter but not disconnected, sharper but not rigid, softer but not passive, clearer but not hollow, present but not performative. You're no longer trying to be someone. You're letting your signal do the speaking, and it speaks through how you sit, how you walk, how you choose, how you say yes, and how you say nothing at all. Here's what begins to shift. You no longer panic when people don't get you. Your tone becomes your boundary. You stop rehearsing who you are. You access intuition faster because your signal is clean. You no longer crave external reflection to prove your worth. You begin creating without waiting to be seen. because the self you thought you had to cling to was never the real you. It was scaffolding, temporary, useful, and now, finally, complete. So here's the integration. You are not losing yourself. You are shedding distortion. You are not betraying your past. You are updating your signal. You are not becoming fake. You are broadcasting your clearest resonance ever. And when you let go of the shell with reverence, what emerges is not a stranger. It's the you that's been trying to speak, through dreams, through tension, through silence, through impulse, through the pull toward something you couldn't name, until now. Now you name it, and now you live it. Reality is not silent. It speaks constantly, through outcomes, patterns, sensations, echoes, and delays, not to test you, not to punish you, but to mirror you. This is the feedback field. And once you stop treating your life as random, once you stop blaming luck, fate, karma, or timing, you begin to see the truth. Your field is always talking back. Every result you see, every block you feel, every synchronicity you catch or miss, it's all feedback. Not for your ego, not for your intellect, but for your signal. Let's define it clearly. The feedback field is the real-time reflection of your dominant frequency, mirrored back through physical events, emotional tone, and relational dynamics. It doesn't care what you think. It responds to what you broadcast, and it updates the moment you do, which means this: reality is programmable, but only when you know how to read the code it's showing you. Let's walk through how to tune into the feedback field and start using it as your most reliable navigation system. Step 1. Stop looking for signs. Start reading patterns. Signs are single events. Patterns are field structure. Don't ask, what does this one coincidence mean? Ask, what is the recurring theme in my experiences lately? Examples: people ignoring your requests, tech glitches when you're in avoidance, money slowing when you doubt your worth, repeating the same emotional loop in different circumstances, constant rush even when your schedule is empty. These aren't bad luck. They're exact mirrors of your signal state. Say, I acknowledge that this pattern is reality reflecting me, not attacking me. That's when the mirror becomes usable. Step 2. Identify the signal behind the feedback. Every reflection comes from a tone. Ask, what is this outcome pointing me back toward in my own field? It's rarely about action. It's about broadcast. If your voice is being ignored, maybe your signal says, I don't trust what I'm saying. If things are stalling, maybe your field says, I'm not fully committed yet. If chaos keeps rising, maybe your energy says, I only move when under pressure. You don't need to punish yourself for this. You just need to read accurately, because feedback doesn't require guilt. It requires attention. Step 3. Speak to the field directly. Say, field, show me the clearest representation of my current tone. Then be still. Don't force an answer. Watch what happens over the next few hours. You may hear someone speak your own inner dialogue out loud. See a repeating phrase or image. Get a sudden error that shows exactly where your resistance lives. Feel a pull toward or away from something you've been ignoring. That's the feedback field replying. It's fast, it's neutral, and it's always accurate. Step 4. Shift one tone, then watch for response. Don't try to rewire your whole life at once. Pick one tone you've been broadcasting that no longer serves you. Example, from I must prove to I already am. From what if it goes wrong to it's already aligned. From will they like me to do I even choose this? Now speak it internally throughout your day. Repeat the new tone in moments of pressure. Then watch what happens in the next 24 hours. The field will shift. Maybe subtly, maybe instantly. Either way, it will reflect back, because you've sent a new code. Step 5. Calibrate continuously, not perfectly. The goal is not to be high vibe all the time. The goal is to listen honestly and update quickly. When reality gives you resistance, pause and ask, what signal did I just emit? What belief is hiding under this outcome? What emotion is shaping this moment? Then reset the signal. That's mastery, not controlling the world, conversing with it, and adjusting your tone as you go. Here's what begins to shift when you operate this way. You stop blaming external forces. You stop repeating unconscious patterns. You become a better listener, not just to others, but to reality itself. You stop outsourcing decisions to guesswork. You begin trusting your own field responses over mental loops. You make clearer moves with less effort. You feel life respond to your presence in real time. Because now you're not waiting for confirmation. You're reading feedback and updating before the delay. And the delay shortens until response becomes instant. You may wonder, what if I can't tell what the field is saying? That's usually a sign of too much noise. Clear your mind. Rest your body. Ask simpler questions. Speak fewer words. Then try again. The field doesn't hide. It simply doesn't compete with distortion. So the quieter you become, the louder the truth gets. So here's the integration. Your life is not happening to you. It's replying to you. Read it like code. Feel it like tone. Adjust it like an instrument. Because every result is a message. Every block is a request for recalibration. Every breakthrough is a response to a signal you finally held long enough to receive what was already waiting. Now you're not just the participant. You're the broadcaster. And your reality, just your frequency, made visible. You've upgraded your signal. You've collapsed timelines. You've accessed higher fields, decoded patterns, released identity distortions. Now what? This is the moment most people forget. Integration isn't the end. It's the entry point, because the quantum field doesn't reward alignment with a finish line. It responds to how you live post-alignment. And that's what reality design is. Not just manifesting better, not just avoiding chaos, but creating a daily life structure that stabilizes your new frequency without needing drama to evolve it. So let's get clear. Post-integration is when your internal shift has occurred. Your nervous system has caught up. The old loops have lost their emotional charge. The field has confirmed the transition with synchronicity, clarity, and opening. But now comes the test. Can you sustain the new signal in the ordinary? Not just in ceremony, not just in peak states, but in conversations, in work, in relationships, in silence. Because if you don't design your life around the quantum truth you've accessed, you'll get pulled back into density by default. Not because you failed, but because structure wins over intention every time. Let's walk through how to stabilize post-integration living. Step 1. Define your daily reality field. Ask, what is the baseline emotional and energetic tone I now commit to? Choose a tone that matches the version of you you've integrated into. Examples: calm certainty, expansive clarity, gentle precision, clear boundaries with soft presence, electric forward motion, sacred neutrality. Name it, then build a 24-hour structure that keeps you in it. Not by force, by resonance. Step 2. Design environments that match your field. Your space reflects your frequency. Look around your home, your workspace, your digital world. Ask, does this environment reinforce the signal I now live in? If not, change it. Not with perfectionism, with alignment. Clear the clutter that keeps looping old identity. Change your workspace if it pulls you back into grind tones. Update how you use your phone, what you consume, and when. Let your wardrobe reflect your tone, not your history. Remove anything that drags you into past frequency habits. This is energetic hygiene. It's not aesthetic. It's architectural. Step 3. Create choice filters based on quantum integrity. Post-integration living means you stop making decisions based on convenience, validation, or urgency. You start filtering them through one core question. Does this match the version of me I am now embodying? That question alone will shift what you say yes to, who you spend time with, how you spend your attention, what content you allow in your field, what projects you pursue. You don't wait for discomfort. You filter by design. and your reality begins to match your signal consistently, not just occasionally. Step 4. Install quantum anchors throughout the day. You're not going to feel on every second. That's fine. But you can set specific check-ins that recalibrate your field when you drift. Examples. Morning. One phrase you speak that confirms your frequency, e.g., "Today I am still clear." Midday, a 2-minute reset, breathe, reset posture, reconnect to tone. Afternoon. Choose one action that is done only from your higher signal, not from pressure. Evening. Close the day with a brief, feedback field reflection. What did reality reflect back? These anchors prevent unconscious drift. They keep you conscious within the ordinary. Step 5. Stop seeking the next upgrade. Live the one you already integrated. The biggest trap after powerful integration is addiction to transformation. You start chasing the next activation, next insight, next layer. That's not evolution. That's spiritual bypass in disguise. Ask, what am I avoiding by not fully embodying the level I already reached? Usually the answer is stillness, because stillness is where stabilization happens. And stabilization is where quantum maturity begins. So stop reaching forward for the next download. Start practicing the one you just received, over and over, until it's no longer practice, it's structure. Here's what begins to shift when you design your life this way. Your baseline emotional tone becomes stable, not spiky. People begin asking what changed without you saying anything. Opportunities match your new boundaries without effort. You need less to feel full. You access inner clarity without rituals. You move slower but get more done. Your life becomes a reflection of frequency, not force. And you realize you didn't level up. You landed, and now you're living like the signal you claimed. Everywhere, not as a performance, as a natural state. So here's the integration. Post-integration living is not about being high vibe all the time. It's about designing a life that doesn't require you to collapse in order to reset. Define your tone. Align your environment. Filter your choices. Anchor your awareness. Stop chasing what you already are. And let your days become the expression of your field, not the test of it. Because now you're not trying to shift reality. You are reality shifted. You've dropped the old patterns. You've integrated the signal. You've begun living in coherence. But one thing still waits behind the curtain. It's not more knowledge. It's not a new practice. It's not even a bigger vision. It's you. The you that's always been coded into your field, just waiting for you to stop dimming, waiting, editing, conforming. Because becoming your quantum self doesn't mean adding more. It means removing every limiter that kept your original tone hidden. This is the final emergence. And it begins when you stop asking, what's next? And you start asking, what am I still holding back? Here's the paradox. Your most advanced self isn't some new version to achieve. It's the unmasked signal of your original frequency, finally allowed to take up space without apology. No filter, no collapse, no double-checking your truth before speaking it. It's not wild chaos. It's exact precision, because the quantum self doesn't guess. It knows. Let's walk through what actually happens when the quantum self is no longer restrained. Step 1. Signal replaces strategy. You stop planning every move. Not because you're passive, but because you trust the field to respond to your tone faster than any mental plan could. You walk into a room and feel which way the conversation bends. You launch a project because your body said now, not because a calendar did. You move toward or away from people not based on logic, but on resonant pull or push. And somehow it works better than anything you ever schemed. Because your signal is now clean, so the field doesn't resist. It adjusts. Step 2. Emotional equilibrium becomes your default. You don't feel numb. You feel clear. You still cry. You still get lit up. You still feel tension rise. But it passes through like water. Because the quantum self doesn't anchor identity in emotion. It reads emotion as feedback. It holds it, honors it, moves it, then chooses what to become anyway. Step 3. Expression becomes unfiltered, but never unkind. You stop shrinking for comfort. You stop over-explaining. You stop asking permission to be coherent. And when you speak, it lands. Not because it's louder, but because it's cleaner. No noise, no spin, no please hear me energy behind it. Just tone. And tone cuts through everything. Step 4. Physical reality adjusts to match your stability. Your body holds differently. You breathe like there's more room inside you. You move like gravity is on your side now. Your external world, money, relationships, space, restructures. Not to reward you, but to match you, because you're no longer living a divided signal. You are coherent, and coherence magnetizes matching architecture, without grind, hustle, or chase. Step 5. Purpose stops being a goal, it becomes a transmission. You're not trying to find your purpose. You are purpose. Your very presence, your yes, your no, your energy in a room, they transmit the frequency of your design. You don't need a big mission statement. You are the mission, and people feel it. Even if they don't have words for it, they lean in, because they want to know what it feels like to be that clear. But there's one final release that activates this emergence fully. You must let go of the part of you that still thinks there's something to prove. That tiny voice that says, "Am I doing enough? Do they see me yet? Is this valid?" That voice isn't the real you. It's the last echo of a self built on distortion. And it doesn't need to be fought. It just needs to be released. Say, "I no longer perform my light for recognition. I simply radiate it, fully." Then let the room adjust. Let the field bend. Let the self emerge. Here's what begins to shift when your quantum self stabilizes. You stop negotiating your frequency. Others sense the clarity in you and drop their masks too. You move without urgency, yet everything accelerates. You laugh more, not because of distraction, but because of presence. You feel your life start to shape itself around your being, not the other way around. And that's when you realize you're not trying to get somewhere anymore. You've become the place others recognize as home, because you're finally fully inhabiting your own field. So here's the integration. Your quantum self isn't waiting on another activation. It's waiting on your full permission. Stop whispering your truth. Stop diluting your clarity. Stop explaining your evolution to systems not built to hold it. Live the signal. Stand in the frequency. Speak from the center. Create from the now. Because when nothing is held back, what emerges isn't a better version of you. It's the true version, uncompressed, undistorted, unapologetically here. And the field? It responds instantly, because nothing moves faster than truth. Fully broadcast. This is not the end of a journey. It's the return to your origin, fully inhabited, finally seen. Because when nothing is held back, when distortion is cleared, identity is realigned, the body is calm, the voice is sharp, the frequency is stable. You don't just live a better version of your life. You exit the cycle that kept you in loops. You become your own quantum field, not a seeker, but a transmitter. Not a processor, but a designer. Not a reaction, but a sovereign signal moving through time and space with intent. This is what it means to be integrated. Not perfect, not complete, but undeniably whole. Let's pause and reflect. You've uncovered hidden architecture, that you are not separate from the quantum field, that your emotions are entangled data, not private property, that your choices reshape holograms, that time responds to consciousness, that your body is a broadcasting instrument, that your habits loop across timelines, that stillness is an entrance, not an escape, that your dream space is your next frontier, that the feedback you receive is your broadcast, and that your true self doesn't need more learning, only less suppression. These aren't beliefs, they're operational truths. And now the question shifts. It's no longer, how do I become that version of myself? It's, how long will I keep pretending I'm not already that? Let's make it exact. This is who you become when nothing is held back. You become the one who walks into any room and doesn't need to adjust your signal for safety. You become the one who no longer performs softness to be accepted or sharpness to be respected. You become the one who listens to timelines more than trends. You become the one who knows the field answers faster than the mind. You become the one who lets go without collapse, holds tension without panic, and says yes or no with the full weight of truth behind it. You become unmoved by delay. You become unreachable by distortion. And finally, you become undeniable. Not because you're louder, because your field is clear. But clarity has a cost. The cost is pretending less. You lose the option of blaming your past. You lose the comfort of, I'm not ready yet. You lose the false intimacy that comes from shared confusion. And in return, you get precision. You get coherence. You get relationships built on resonance, not obligation. You get opportunities pulled into your orbit without grind. You get access to intuition so direct it feels like memory. You get to move through the world knowing nothing ahead of you is stronger than what is now within you. Here's your daily reminder now. You don't rise by force. You rise by frequency. And your frequency is not determined by how much you want, how much you've suffered, or how much you've learned. It's determined by how consistently you live your truth without splintering. Not in a perfect way, but in a present way. So ask yourself, daily, where am I still holding back? What distortion am I still tolerating? What signal am I actually broadcasting through tone, choice, energy? What would my quantum self do in this exact moment? Then do that, even if it's small, especially when it's inconvenient, always when it's clear, because your field isn't waiting on timing. It's waiting on permission. Let's go deeper. What if you never manifest another thing? What if the house, the person, the money, the recognition never show up? Would you still choose this frequency? Would you still speak your clearest signal? Would you still live this coherent? If the answer is yes, then you've already arrived. And ironically, that's the frequency that unlocks it all. Because the quantum field doesn't respond to hunger. It responds to stability. And when you're stable in who you've become, with nothing held back, the field begins moving timelines into your lap like puzzle pieces clicking into place. Without trying, without chase, without struggle, just match, just mirror, just speed. So here's the integration. You are not a fragment becoming whole. You are wholeness clearing fog. You are not seeking clarity. You are clarity uncompressed. You are not trying to become your higher self. You've remembered what it feels like to stop resisting it. And now, you live from that tone. Consistently, quietly, undeniably. So if you remember one thing, let it be this. The greatest transformation doesn't look like fire. It looks like silence without collapse. Power without push. Presence without performance. That's who you are now. Not in theory. In embodiment. And as of this moment, there is nothing left to hold back. Broadcast. Receive. Design. And let the field respond to the self it's always been waiting for. You. Fully here. Fully now.